Video games are an at least $200 billion industry created by solopreneurs, side hustlers, and creatives just like ourselves. But many did not get the rewards from it. Disgusted by how Lara Croft was portrayed, Tomb Raider creator Toby Gard left the company 2 months after the launch, losing his piece of an estimated $700 million, this back in the 1990s. Hiroshi Yamauchi-san took a small, century-old card company, playing cards, and turned it into the powerhouse that we know today, Nintendo. And Grand Theft Auto creator David Jones sold his company early for a low six figures. But we know now that the newest Grand Theft Auto 6, they spent at least $2 billion just on creating it. They all had impact. But everything was different because they didn't necessarily know their worth, they didn't understand the contracts, or they just burn out before they can get to the finish line. Here's how you can learn from them. Here's how you can make your own creative impact. Here are their stories. From the start, pornography named a battlefield, a place where no assertion could be made without at once summoning up its own denial, where no one could distinguish value from danger because they were the same. Walter Kendrick, The Secret Museum, Pornography in Modern Culture. The Porn Era, 1972 to 1995. The adage is that if you want to know where technology is going, follow the porn. Note that the saying doesn't say porn sets the pace gracefully. The early pornographic games are just bad movies grafted onto, at the time, an ugly-looking medium with black characters and audio bleeps. The interesting part isn't that these games were made. Pornographers are nothing if not capitalists. But that people actually bought these sophomoric diversions. 80,000 people paid $50 for the first Atari 2600 porno game. Think about that for a second. People initially supported pornographic games not for their hallowed gameplay, nor to get off on a Crayola-level representation of a woman, but because the purchase and ownership itself was a deviant act. The pure absurdity of having porn on what was then considered a kid's medium could make even the worst game attractive to the consumer. Video games themselves remained a novelty well into the 90s. Throw sex in there and you're getting some attention. From 1972, with the launch of Deep Throat and Pong, to 1995, right before the first digital sex symbol was created, we see pornography setting the pace on how sexuality should be expressed and interpreted in video games. There is no Lara Croft, there is no Grand Theft Auto, and there is no great video game canon to lean on, only a joystick, Pac-Man, and years of bad pornographic movies. No wonder so many of the early games were atrocious. Spaceships. It is summer 1972, and Linda Lovelace is giving fantastic blowjobs all across America. By relaxing her throat muscles, Lovelace puts the length of her lover's penis in her mouth and beyond, taking it all the way down to her esophagus without choking. The movie Deep Throat caught her sword-swallowing act on film, inspiring jokes on Johnny Carson's The Tonight Show and helping drive pornography to the profitable stratosphere. Filmed for $40,000, Deep Throat went on to make hundreds of millions in box office receipts, home videos, sexual aids, and other merchandise. Deep Throat played more than 70 theaters coast to coast, a wide release for porn. Its distributors hired couriers who would put the film in 35mm film reels in the trunk of their cars, drive to the porn theaters, and hand-deliver the movie. The couriers would pick up the reels when the theaters finished showcasing the film, more hastily if they received a tip that an FBI raid was planned. A century earlier, United States Postal Inspector Anthony Comstock raided bookstores carrying material he deemed obscene. In 1873, Comstock laws made it legal to mail any product deemed, quote, obscene, lewd, and/or lascivious. For Comstock, these ranged from contraceptive devices and medical textbooks to the work of Voltaire and Walt Whitman. Huge public bonfires were lit to destroy the obscene material. The same Comstock laws were in effect during the summer of 1972, hence Deep Throat being distributed hand-to-hand, not by mail. But lawmakers at the time were beginning to question what was legally obscene. Hollywood itself had just replaced the restrictive Hays Code of 1930 initially started by another former United States Postal Inspector, Will H. Hayes, with the Motion Picture Association of America rating system that would eventually rank movies as G, PG, PG-13, R, and NC-17. Filmmakers now had Tinseltown's blessings to explore more adult topics, which made it easier to produce films like the gigolo-centric Midnight Cowboy and the transgender fantasy Maya Breckenridge. What was legal to publicly show, however, was a totally different discussion. The Supreme Court, led by Justice Earl Warren, struggled to replace Comstock's broad, vague concept of obscenity with a perspective appropriate to post-war America. Though rarely achieving unanimity, the Warren Court progressively contracted the domain of obscenity, in large part by affirming the appropriateness of sex as a matter of public consumption. It observed that sex and obscenity are not synonymous, says the book Intimate Matters, A History of Sexuality in America. The Supreme Court's viewpoint did not dissuade states from holding their own obscenity trials. And in 1972, deep throat cases began in several courts nationwide, including in New York. It has become a symbolic target for Mayor John Lindsay's attempt to rid the Times Square area of commercialized sex, the New York Times wrote about Deep Throat. The mayor and the legitimate theater owners and other businessmen may like to wipe out the porn industry, but it nevertheless seems to be meeting a substantial public demand. Many thousands of New Yorkers were going to Times Square's New Mature World Theater each week to catch Deep Throat. The audiences included celebrities, diplomats, critics, businessmen, women alone, and dating couples, few of whom, it might be presumed, would previously have gone to see a film of sexual intercourse, fellatio, and cunnilingus. Newspapers printed photos of celebrity Deep Throat fans, including Jack Nicholson and Truman Capote. When asked his opinion of the movie, Capote said, "I thought the girl was charming." Beneath Manhattan, telecommunications specialist Charles Dolan had spent years installing miles-long stretches of cable. The spider web of wires connected to all the major New York City hotels. Dolan's company, Teleguide Inc., fed information to the hotels that would help them with customer service and checkout. Teleguide Incorporated expanded into Sterling Manhattan Cable, the first urban cable network in America, and caught the attention of Time Life Inc., which decided to buy a stake in the company. Dolan then pitched a new idea to Time Life Cable, a national cable channel using satellite beams, not cable wires. In 1972, Time Life launched Homebox's Office Network, or HBO, the first premium programming channel. Not under the same FCC regulations or commercial constraints as ABC, CBS, or NBC. Homebox Office could broadcast unedited, uninterrupted sports events, theatrical movies, and original programming directly into subscribers' homes. Midnight Blue, a weekly cable program, showed porn clips and interviews with adult movie stars. One of the first episodes featured the cast of Deep Throat. On the opposite coast, California engineers Nolan Bushnell and Ted Dabney were also convinced entertainment technology was going to be the next big thing. They pitched in $500, $250 apiece, and began Atari, the first major American video game company. A disputed history has Atari calling its concepts from military engineer Ralph Baer, a man who is often called the godfather of video games. Atari was actually named after a move made in the Japanese strategy game Go. Bushnell had tried doing an arcade game before, 1971's Computer Space, released through coin-operated manufacturer Nunning Associates, but it was too complex for the average bar patron accustomed to pinball. He guessed that people would need something simpler. Shortly after starting Atari, Bushnell hired Al Acorn, a former associate of Dabney's, to create a table tennis video game. Two players would use their paddles to smack a brick-shaped ball back and forth. The instructions were only one sentence: avoid missing ball for high score. They would call the black and white game Pong. In summer of 1972, Alcorn set up a Pong prototype in Andy Capp's Tavern, a hole-in-the-wall bar in Sunnyvale, California. 2 weeks later, he got a call from the manager. The game had stopped working. Alcorn got over it as soon as he could and opened up the coin box to give himself a free game. As he unlocked the machine, a cascade of quarters spilled from the box. The Pong arcade game stopped working because too many quarters jammed the system. In its first year, there were more orders for Pong than any other pinball machine at the time. While other coin-operated machines brought in about $50 a week, Pong often brought in $200. Atari was still collecting quarters from its arcade route, which had grown considerably. Bushnell, a sailing aficionado, was able to buy a yacht and multiple homes. Another entrepreneur, Reuben Sturman, distributed wooden boxes all across America and Canada. Sturman's enclosed unit, just wide and tall enough for someone to sit comfortably, had a wooden seat, a film projector, and a door. The user would deposit a token, close the door, and press a button to pick one of several movie choices. An 8mm pornographic movie would play for about a minute, maybe less. You would then have to purchase more tokens from the host up front to continue watching. Before inventing the personal peep booth, Sturman already owned, according to Hustler publisher Larry Flint, 1,200 adult bookstores across America. With the peep booths, that's when my thing took off, Sturman said in an interview. Money was coming in so fast I didn't know what to do with it. Guys come in with bags of $50,000, $100,000. Sturman would funnel money through business fronts, coerce porn shops into purchasing his products, and live in several different residencies to hide his whereabouts. If he went out, he would often wear an elaborate disguise. The most public of rare Sturman photos has him wearing a large fedora hat, a business suit one size too large, and black-rimmed glasses connected to a bulbous plastic nose and a wide, bushy mustache. It wasn't clear if the mustache was fake, too. Sturman had many enemies, but his most feared may have been the FBI. The agency spent more than 2 decades trying to smoke the incognito porn magnate out of his hole. Sturman probably took comfort when the FBI lost its obscenity-obsessed leader, J. Edgar Hoover. The 77-year-old FBI director died of a heart attack on May 2, 1972, 3 weeks before the Deep Throat premiere. When considering the first fruits of motion picture technology, it is natural to think about black and white slapstick comedies or the epic masterpieces like D.W. Griffin's racially charged Birth of a Nation. Short, erotic movies, called stag films, often as brief as a mere minute, were also an important part of this initial group. It could show a couple making out, a woman fondling her breast, or a shy young lady showing a little leg. Stag films allowed America, for the first time, to easily observe itself. During the Second World War, the military used a machine called the radio teletype, or RTTY, to transmit text messages. Creative men and women could use these letters and symbols, comparable to those on a modern-day keyboard, to make exceptional replicas of pinups. By the 60s, computers still weren't cheap enough for the average household, but became available at major American college campuses. Dedicated nerds would spend hours in the computer lab turning their favorite Playboy centerfolds into text form, saving the images onto punch tape reels, and printing them off to hang on the wall. In one of these labs, MIT engineering student Steve Russell created Space War, considered the first video game ever. The 2-player spaceship battle inspired Nolan Bushnell to create games. Before starting Atari, Bushnell was hired by Ampex Corporation, a California engineering company often credited with inventing the modern videotape. The University of Utah grad had worked as a midway barker, convincing passerby to throw baseballs at stacked milk bottles. Bushnell's job at Ampex was to work on a digital recording system, but, typical of his restless personality, he got bored within a few months. He kept thinking about Space War, the game he spent hours playing in the computer lab at his alma mater, and he knew he could make money off of it if he brought it to the masses. Ampex understood that engineers were happiest when doing their own experiments, so it allowed Bushnell to take spare parts home and tinker on what will become Space War, the coin-operated version of computer space. Bushnell turned his 2-year-old daughter's bedroom into his workshop, and he left Ampex in 1972 to start Atari. Atari entered the home market with 1974's Home Pong. Pong's enduring popularity, along with a favorable distribution partnership with Sears Roebuck, made Home Pong a holiday bestseller. By 1976, the toy manufacturer Connecticut Leather Company, or Coleco, released a multi-game system with a Pong clone that cost half as much as Home Pong. Fairchild Camera and Instrument created the Channel F, the first video game system to have interchangeable cartridges. Atari was already working on a top-secret cartridge-based system codenamed Stella, after a, quote, hot-looking employee. But it needed more capital to get the system out, and in 1976, a weak economy made going public not a viable option. In desperation, Bushnell sold Atari to Warner Brothers for $28 million. He would stay on as chairman, but quickly became tired of the new corporate structure and left. He then founded Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Arcades, a venture that would be worth billions. Warner Communications invested an estimated $1 million into the once small company, and Atari finally released the Atari 2600 VCS, Video Cartridge System, in October 1977. The 2600 had more features than the Channel F, such as selectable game difficulty and a new game controller, a chunky brick with a button and a long pole in the middle, called a joystick. Still a considerable force in the arcade industry, Atari could do home translations of its hottest coin-op titles like Breakout and sell them on the 2600 system at a premium. Atari had another bestseller on its hands. As Atari blossomed, Sony, Kodak, and several other companies joined Ampex in the race to create a reliable home video system. By the mid-70s, the competition narrowed to Sony and JVC/Panasonic and its two video cassette recorders, Betamax and VHS. Compared to VHS, Betamax had faster playback and easier queuing to find specific parts of the movie. Betamax didn't have any pornographic films, which Sony decided not to support. Home movies took off, but the inferior VHS format, not Betamax, will become the standard. As Eric Schlosser notes in his book Reefer Madness, when videocassette players became widely available to American consumers, adult film companies offered their titles on video, while the major Hollywood studios resisted the new medium. As a result, by 1979, 75% of all videotapes sold in the United States were hardcore films. In the early 80s, John Holmes was well known inside as well as outside of the porn industry. Lanky and awkward, Holmes had a 13-inch penis as wide as the average male wrist. Up until Deep Throat, Holmes and others were usually seen in short movies called loops, modern X-rated versions of stag films. The 62-minute Deep Throat, as well as Debbie Does Dallas and Beyond the Green Door, extended the length of the average porn, allowing audiences to get to know the people on the movie screen and later the television. The popularity of the VCR made Holmes, as well as Linda Lovelace, Vanessa Del Rio, and Marilyn Chambers, pornographic film superstars. Porn companies could now sell home versions of their most popular movies. Holmes did dozens of loops for Caballero Control Corporation, a movie company that released the highly popular Swedish erotica series and would bring most of its theater productions to home videos by the 80s. Caballero and other companies with a strong movie catalog could make millions translating them cheaply for home consumption. Between 1980 and 1983, Caballero released more than 50 Swedish erotica home movies alone. The Atari 2600 was also awash in entertainment options. The vintage Atari 2600 still led the pack, holding the market from new and technically superior systems in television and ColecoVision. It had the biggest user base. It had the most games. Unlike the home video market, all the video games were made by the same folks that made the hardware. Only Atari created 2600 games, which would be the equivalent of Sony being the only company making PlayStation 3 games. Sony publishes only about 20% of the PlayStation 3 game library. This absolute control allowed Atari to make money on both the system and the games, selling, as the old saying goes, both the razor and the blades. It also didn't give designers credit. The cartridge would just read Atari. In 1984, game creators, wanting more credit and more creative control, left Atari and created Activision, the first third-party video game company. Its first major hit was David Crane's Pitfall. Atari immediately sued, but could not stop Activision from making $65 million its first year, developing for both the Atari 2600 and Intellivision. Atari and Activision settled out of court and agreed that Activision could continue to make games, but only if Atari received a royalty for each 2600 title sold. This established the modern-day royalty system. People watch this case very closely because a lot of money could be made by marketing games for different systems, especially the 2600. Leonard Herman says in Phoenix, The Fall and Rise of Home Video Games. Following the lead of Activision, many other companies jumped on the bandwagon. By the summer of 1982, dozens of companies announced that they were releasing 2600 compatible games. That year, Caballero Control Corporation linked with American Multiple Industries, a manufacturer of video and audio cassette storage cases, and created the Atari 2600 game company Mystique. It was named after one of Caballero's movies. Both video games and porn producers began to realize that home audiences, not the arcade or theater audiences, were now the ones to target. Creating an arcade game could be a heavily orchestrated event, with art designers, programmers, and manual laborers to put together the 8-foot-tall, 200-pound machine, while a home video game cartridge was usually done by one guy who did all the programming, graphics, and level design. A straight-to-video movie had a fraction of the production costs a traditional film carried, not to mention fewer distribution problems and less film crew. A hit porn could be made by two guys, a woman, and a camcorder. It was no longer about translating products to the home, but making products specifically for the home. The turning point came in 1982 when it finally went all video. Pornographer Ed DeRue said in Jennifer Osborne and Legs McNeil's The Other Hollywood, "I miss film tremendously. Film had soul. Video had nothing. Video is just a way of making money." Caballero's Swedish erotica compilation could go for $79.95, while Mystique's first title, Custer's Revenge, retailed for $49.95. Released in 1982, Custer's Revenge is named after the famous general who took his last stand at Little Bighorn. After winning a battle in 1869, Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer allegedly invited his officers to avail themselves of the services of a captured squaw, while he selected a Chian woman named Manasetta for himself, according to the book Intimate Matters. The image of a good Indian, a beautiful, pure princess who saved white men, as did Pocahontas, gave way in the 19th century to the image of the savage and promiscuous squaw. Cowboy lore in particular elaborated on the theme of the Indian whore, who, quote, lays on her back in a cowboy shack and lets cowboys poke in her crack. In Custer's Revenge, you move the pixelated cowboy from one end of the screen to the other, avoiding deadly arrows falling from the sky, to reach a submissive Native American woman tied to a cactus. If he makes it to the woman, he grabs her and has sex until, after 20 or so strokes, the next level begins and he starts over. Custer's body is pink and nude, defined by wiry appendages, a round belly, and a penis as long as his arm. His only attire is brown cowboy boots, which are more wide than tall, a sky blue 10-gallon hat, and a thin mauve bandana wrapped around his neck. The bandana flips between two opposite frames of animation, flapping flatly in the quote-unquote wind. The captive Native American woman has brown skin, thin long legs, and a body like a reverse eighth note. The maiden's enormous chest points out towards Custer like an arrow over her flat stomach, and her ass protrudes nearly as much in the opposite direction. Her arms are akimbo, and her mouth and eyes are wide open, as if anticipating rapture. She only wears a black headband with a dull brown feather sticking out. With an overdeveloped top, skinny legs, and a wire-like feather attending from her head, she wouldn't be out of place in the movie Ants. The background is decorated with brown mountains that recall meatloaf, and immobile white clouds above a mauve teepee, the same colors as Custer's scarf, shooting chunky smoke signals. In the higher game levels, green cacti, shaped like the number 4, are placed randomly in the foreground and must be avoided to reach the maiden. According to the game box cover, the Native American woman herself is tied to a tall, straight cactus, but graphic limitations put her game character in front of the cactus, hands behind her. If Custer reaches the woman, he immediately lifts her up, puts her legs straight up against his hip, and begins having sex. The animation jumps between two jerky frames, Float Sam and Jet Sam. His hands are on her protruding nipples, not supporting her behind, the balance of her weight on his long penis. The Custer's Revenge instruction manual was broken down into sections like foreplay, the object of the game, gameplay, and afterplay, a message from the company. Another section, scoring, says what to do when you get the maiden. Quote, when Custer successfully reaches the maiden, repeatedly depress the fire button. Do not hold it down. You will receive 1 point for each time you score. Suppress it over and over again as rapidly as you can. Watch how the maiden smiles and kicks up her heels, and Custer flips his lid. As Custer scores, a fanfare of charge is played. You do not have to wait for the tune to finish to score again. Just keep pressing the button over and over again. Mystique announced Custer's Revenge in October 1982, setting up a preview for retailers and the press the same week in Manhattan. 250 protesters picketed in front of the New York Hilton. The game features an enactment of a white male, General Custer, ravishing an Indian woman who is tied to a post. Women Against Pornography member Kristen Riley complained to the press. Her colleagues carried signs that said, Custer Revenge says rape is fun, and stop making fun out of women's pain. Once there was a lot of furor over the game, the company denied that it was rape. They claimed that it was mutually consulting visual images, which is really asinine, unquote. By the end of the week, Atari sued Mystique and American Multiple Industries for distributing sex-themed material on its 2600 system. Atari, like the general public, is outraged by this conduct, and we are taking the initiative by filing the suit. Michael Moon, president of Atari's Consumer Electronics Division, told the Associated Press. Atari's official comment was, quote, does not condone or approve the use of its home video game technology, which was designed for wholesome family entertainment, unquote. Based on the Activision court case, third-party companies didn't have to get Atari's consent approval, only give a royalty on each game sold. Atari had no real power. American Multiple Industries sued Suffolk County, New York, for $11 million for trying to prohibit the game from being sold. The county said the ban was legitimate since it believed Custer's Revenge was a danger to the health and safety of Suffolk County residents. In Canada, custom authorities approved Custer's Revenge for importation after its October release, but within weeks, 20 groups protested. By December 1st, Canadian Customs reversed the decision. As veteran video game journalist Arnie Katz recalls in the book The Ultimate History of Video Games, I remember talking to a representative of Women Against Pornography and telling her that, in my opinion, the best way to keep the game from selling was to ignore it. These were games that most people wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. They trained all their energy on Custer's Revenge, and they succeeded in helping it sell twice as many copies as the other adult games. It sold 80,000 copies at $50 a pop. Mystique released 2 follow-up games, Bachelor Party and Beat 'em and Eat 'em. Bachelor Party is a clone of Atari's Breakout. In Breakout, you use a bat to hit a ball against colored bricks, sort of a one-player version of Pong. In Bachelor Party, the bricks are women built like Amazons, and the ball resembles a well-endowed midget. Beat 'em and Eat 'em is a variation of Activision's Kaboom, and in Activision's title, you catch dropping bombs before they reach the bottom of the screen. In Mystique's game, you control a busty nude blonde with her mouth wide open to the sky. A man with his penis longer than his torso drops his love down for the woman to catch. The game box, which features a cartoon of a woman licking ice cream, reads, quote, you are a local leading lady, and all the uptown boys are standing in line for a date. But a savvy soda slinger just around the corner is more down your alley. You just can't seem to get enough of his famous fountain treats, unquote. These games would also sell for $49.95, about $20 higher than the average 2600 game. Alan Roberts, another transplant from the porn industry, started the company Universal Game X after directing the hit Young Lady Chatterley. The first game, 1983's X-Man, was a Pac-Man-inspired title with random mazes. A small pale guy with a penis the size of his legs, X-Man runs toward the door at the center of the screen while avoiding scissors, teeth, and crabs, the Freudian parallel to castration, oral sex, and venereal diseases. The game changes once you make it to the door. Two huge black characters appear, X-Man standing in the buff, and a blonde with purple skin bent over in front of him. X-Man's long penis is in the purple woman's behind. Now you must get the right rhythm, moving the joystick left to right to make the woman come. It would be the first time in console game history the goal was to pleasure the woman. Her nipples enlarge based on your performance. A whirly, flute-like sound effect repeats faster as she gets closer to coming. When the round ends, points are tallied based on the number of orgasms achieved. Quote, "The response from players has been enthusiastic, women and men alike. We were anticipating terrific business, but it has been hindered by a result of the Mystique line and the bad press that came from it," Roberts said in a magazine interview at the time. Certain stores think that because Custer was a bad game, all adult games are bad games. That's not true at all. X-Man flopped, sinking Universal Game X shortly after its release. As the Custer's Revenge controversy died down, Mystique also experienced a drop in sales. Custer's Revenge was the only title not based on another popular game, and sales of Bachelor Party and Beat 'em and Eat 'em were relatively poor. Caballero Control Corporation closed Mystique. Alan Roberts went back to directing movies, directing Young Lady Chatterley 2 and The Happy Hooker Goes to Hollywood. The rights to Custer's Revenge and other Mystique games were sold to GameSource, a California-based company. Under the moniker Playground, GameSource re-released Custer's Revenge, Beat 'em and Eat 'em, and Bachelor Party with two key differences. PlayAround created what is called the, quote, double ender, a 2-in-1 cartridge that sounded like it was a two-headed dildo. PlayAround's long cartridges allowed players to buy two of its games for one low price, a marketing ploy imitated by other companies. PlayAround also featured female versions of the Mystique games, the first time that sexual games were made for women. Bachelor Party became Bachelorette Party. Beat 'em and Eat 'em became Philly Flasher, replacing cum shots with breast milk, and Custer's Revenge was renamed Westward Ho. PlayAround simply modified the titles and switched the main characters from male to female. New games were the medieval romp Lady in the Waiting / Night on the Town, the maze title Gigolo / Cat House Blues, and the flying game Jungle Fever / Burn Your Desire. The latter was another game about interracial sex. Similar to Mystique, all of PlayAround's new games were clones of its competitors' titles. Demand for PlayAround's games weren't enough to encourage stores to carry its products, so gamers who actually wanted Philly Flasher could rarely find it in the stores. PlayAround closed shop as quickly as it opened. Toy store shelves sagged under the weight of the hundreds of Atari 2600 games being released every year. Atari's open market system offered no checks and balances. The Kool-Aid Man had a game, as did the movie Porky's. Atari itself shipped an estimated 4 million copies of Pac-Man, even though there were only 10 million Atari 2600 owners. Milton Bradley, Quaker Oats, and countless other companies jumped into the industry, often with their own systems, dividing the flagging video game market even further. Overstocked and underselling, Toys R Us and other retailers began having bargain bins filled with $5 titles that were $29.95 a week before. Those that invested the most in the video game business ended 1983 in debt. Coleco posted record losses for its 50-year history. Atari lost $583 million in 1 year. As the year closed, Catherine McKinnon and Andrea Dworkin, two feminist theorists against pornography, organized a Minneapolis City Council meeting called the, quote, Public Hearings on Ordinance to Add Pornography as Discrimination Against Women. It consisted of testimony from women who felt their lives were destroyed by pornography. One participant, a woman who went by Miss U, for anonymity purposes, discussed her sexual assault. She says, I was attacked by 2 white men. From the beginning, they let me know they hated my people, even though it was obvious from their remarks that they knew very little about us. They let me know that the rape of a squaw by white men was practically honored by white society. In fact, it has been made into a video game called Custer's Revenge. And that's what they screamed in my face as they threw me to the ground. They said, this is more fun than Custer's Revenge. They held me down. As one was running the tip of the knife across my face and throat, he said, do you want to play Custer's Revenge? It's great. You lose, but you don't care, do you? You like a little pain, don't you, squaw? They both laughed, and he said, there was a lot of cock in Custer's Revenge. You should be grateful, squaw, that all American boys like us want you. Maybe we'll tie you to a tree and start a fire around you. Unquote. Defending Custer's Revenge the year before, American Multiple Industries President Stuart Keston explained why AMI and Mystique made the game. He said, we just couldn't see adults playing with spaceships anymore. Unquote. Protection. The White House press secretary seems confused, though he's the one holding court on this October 1982 day. A reporter asks Press Secretary Larry Speaks, does the president have any reaction to the announcement the Center of Disease Control in Atlanta has that AIDS is now an epidemic and has over 600 cases? What's AIDS? Speaks asks. Over a third of them have died. It's known as the gay plague, the reporter says. The group laughs. No, it is. I mean, it is a pretty serious thing that 1 in every 3 people that gets it has died. And I wonder if the president is aware of it. I don't have it, Speak says. Do you? Laughter fills the room, and the question disappears into oblivion. 635 Americans had been stricken with AIDS by October 5, 1982. Of these, 260 were dead. Randy Schultz later wrote in And the Band Played On. There was no rush to spend money, mobilize public health officials, or issue regulations that might save lives. 4 years later, President Ronald Reagan would go on live TV to discuss the so-called gay plague. Addressing Congress about the disease now known as Acquired Immunity Deficiency Syndrome, he said, an unprecedented research effort is underway to deal with this major epidemic public health threat. Based on the research of the French Institut Pasteur and later the National Cancer Institute, citizens learned AIDS was a blood-based disease transmitted through sharing needles, blood transfusions, and oral, vaginal, or anal sex. Nearly everyone who was sexually active was at risk. Some Christian conservatives looked at AIDS as a holy backlash to the open-minded sex culture of the 70s. AIDS is not just God's punishment for homosexuals, said Pastor Jerry Falwell. It is God's punishment for the society that tolerates homosexuals. A popular later parody commercial suggested that if you sleep with a woman, you're also sleeping with her previous partners, and her previous partner's partners, and so on and so on, and the television screen would fill up with faces and squares like the Brady Bunch credit sequence gone mad. In the 1960s, when the birth control pill and IUD became readily available, the condom was practically rendered obsolete. Good girls just did it, and penicillin prevailed, notes sexpert Dr. Ava Candel. It wasn't until the AIDS epidemic in the 1980s that condom use regained its prominence. A report in the American Journal of Public Health found that condom sales rose from 240 million in 1986 to nearly 300 million in 1988, the biggest jump happening after Surgeon General C. Everett Koop's 1987 report on AIDS. Trojan, Durex, and other manufacturers use machines, robotic arms, and detached metal phalli to stretch test condoms for durability and leaks. New technology allowed people to connect physically as well as by the bits and bytes in the computer. Richard Bartel and Roy Chubshaw, 2 University of Essex students, created a computer game called Multi-User Dungeon, or MUD. A text-only adventure, MUD would give you a description of the room you're in, the objects in it, and the fellow players around. British undergrads were inspired by Dungeons and Dragons, the American pen and paper fantasy game where players would go on elaborate journeys. In D&D, an appointed leader, called the Dungeon Master, would establish the rules and direct the heroes. Bardo and Troopshaw wanted the Dungeon Masters to be MUD players too. Thousands of individual gamers used their university computers to play together, sometimes calling or even traveling to meet each other in person. One player, Sue the Witch, became one of the most popular MUD adventurers, spending up to 6 hours online a night and racking up a £1,000 phone bill every month. She also stood out as one of the few female players. Despite requests and her obvious commitment to the game, Sue refused to meet with others. She said she was agoraphobic, but would mail pictures of herself and talk with her MUD friends on the phone. One day, Sue sent a terse message saying she was going to take a break for a while. According to the book Dungeons and Dreamers, a group of players discovered Sue's address in England and decided to surprise her with a visit. A woman answered their knock at the door and gave them the bad news. Sue's real name was actually Steve. He'd been playing as a woman since the beginning, letting his wife, whose real name was Sue, answer the phone calls. Steve announced his break just before he was sent away to prison for defrauding a government agency. Another MUD alumnus, Neil Newell, created the computer game Shades. Newell wanted a world larger than MUD. Shades would have more than 500 rooms. He also wanted players to have privacy. In MUD and other games, the admin, short for administrator, would be privy to every action. Confide with an online friend about your marriage problems, and admin would hear the whole conversation. For Shades, Newell made, quote, safe areas, neutral zones where there would be no fighting and complete privacy for the people inside. I'd say the cybersex emerged on Shades simply because it was the first game that gave players guaranteed private areas, Newell says in Sex and Video Games. Naively, I figured people were hanging out in the safe areas for private chat. Cybering, hooking up with people online, wasn't a well-known phenomenon back then. There are other channels for intimate conversations. Bulletin board systems, or BBSs, allowed users to have private chats. You'd call a certain number with your computer and modem and exchange messages, not unlike an early form of email. You could also download files, which made BBSs a precursor to internet pornography. Since it was a game, Shades was more user-friendly than the average BBS. It was one of the first titles, if not the first title, to allow cybersex within its boundaries. Journalist Julian DeBell later discussed the unique MUD dynamics in his Village Voice article, A Rape in Cyberspace, observing players' reactions to a virtual public sexual assault. In the game, Lambda Mu. And then there was what I call the techno-libertarians. For them, MUD rapists were, of course, assholes, but the presence of assholes on the system was a technical inevitability, like noise on the phone line, he said. Like MUD and Shades, Lambda Mu was a text-only game. Game players and programmers have had university connections to use expensive computers, but advances in technology brought systems like the Apple II, the IBM PC, and the Atari 800 into people's homes. $2,000 got you a computer almost as powerful as yesterday's bulky university mainframe. Unlike the Atari 2600 and other video game consoles, you could tell the computer what to do, learn a programming language, and teach it to do a balanced spreadsheet, play a musical note, or display a picture. It also democratized who could make games, the equivalent of affordable cameras unleashing more independent filmmakers. For instance, a teenager named Richard Garrett programmed a homemade adventure game, Akalabeth, World of Doom, stuffed copies into Ziploc bags, and sold them, with the help of a small local distributor, to other Apple II users. In the first year, he made $150,000. He started Origin, one of the first major computer game companies, and later sold it to Electronic Arts for $30 million. Origin was one of several small gaming companies that will become heavyweights in the future. Another game creator, IBM engineer Arthur Walsh, learned programming when his manager started writing for the popular computer magazine Byte. Walsh tried teaching his computer to play bridge. It worked, and the success got Walsh hooked on making games. Wanting to one-up Walsh, his supervisor decided to make a flight simulator, which also became a decent game. After a few homemade projects, the two employees decided to leave IBM and start a game company. Walsh had been with IBM for more than 25 years. Shortly after leaving, the two colleagues had a disagreement over the direction of the company, and Walsh decided to start his own venture, Artworks. The new three-person team acquired a few different Atari 800 games, including Walsh's bridge title and a solid but somewhat boring poker game programmed by an outside contractor. There were more poker players than bridge players out there, so we thought, why don't we push poker? One of my associates said, making a joke, I bet if it was strip poker, it would sell. I was like, you're right. Why can't we do that? It was the birth of an idea, Walsh said in an interview. He decided strip poker, a sizzling game of chance, wasn't going to be an erotic game, but instead feature funny, cartoon-inspired characters so it wouldn't offend purchasers of other artwork software. The company artists, however, vehemently disagreed, as did the third employee, and convinced Walsh that they should make the game as realistic as possible. The Atari 800 had a resolution of 320 pixels across and 192 pixels down, less than half of the pocket-sized iPad Nano, and was capable of 4 colors at a time. Artworks artists would have obtained real photographs, develop them onto slides, and project them onto the outside of the computer monitor. The third employee created a drawing program especially for strip poker. Guided by these slides, they would copy each image into the game pixel by pixel. The one aspect Artworks didn't handle was the photography itself, which was done by an outside contractor. Our photographer wasn't a fashion one, but he was good at photographing women. He would find a good place, a hotel or something, and take pictures of them in the bed or in the bathroom. Later, he would make sure the hotel had a jacuzzi because in the final nude scene, the modesty scene, we call it, the woman would be completely nude except for some bubbles, Walsh said. In the final game, the background would be pitch black and opponents would lay horizontally from left to right as they sprawled atop a fireplace-worn bearskin rug. One woman would wear thigh-hugging hot pants and a low-cut polo shirt, her long blonde tresses tumbling past her ample cleavage. The 4 opponents would have 6 different poses, the number of successful poker hands it takes to get to a modesty scene, and 3 different outfits chosen at random. Artworks also sold expansion packs called Data Disc that added 24 opponents. 2 of them were male. It was probably radical at the time, Walsh said. We had women on staff, so I talked to them when we were developing this to see what they thought of having male opponents. But from an appearance standpoint, it was important. We wanted to be even-handed. And obviously, if there was a demand, we wanted to appeal to the demand. Strip Poker, a sizzling game of chance, was released on the Atari 800 in 1982. The Atari version became quite popular. Then it went to Apple, then the original PC when it came out, Walsh said. As far as competition, anytime you've got something that sells, other companies will say, we can do it too. Clones include CoverGirl Poker and Samantha Fox Strip Poker, the latter featuring the popular adult film star. But the competition forced Artworks to take risks. In order to make use of the photos, we'd have the player go against both a male and female opponent in the same game. We also did it with 2 women at the same time, Walsh said, adding, the multi-opponent ones were very popular. We've also seen it used by a spouse. A husband uses it as an excuse to buy because he's buying it for his wife, unquote. Just prior to Strip Poker hitting the shelves, Time magazine featured an article on Online Systems, a small company run by a husband and wife team, Ken and Roberta Williams, and its adult text game, Soft Porn Adventure. Online, a California software company sells a program called Soft Porn for $29.25. In the company fantasy game, players seek to seduce 3 women while avoiding hazards, such as getting killed by a bouncer at a disco. Time actually showed the box art along with the article. It features 3 nude women in an outdoor jacuzzi, the bubbling hot water rising just high enough to cover their nipples. They are sipping from champagne glasses, and a waiter with a jet black helmet of hair stands awkwardly behind them. In the background, next to the waiter, partially obscured by the second woman's hairdo, is the Apple II. Online Systems had done a big advertising campaign in major computer magazines like Soft Talk, using the unchanged box art as the ad. I got a copy of soft porn as soon as I got my Apple II. Hell, everyone had a copy of soft porn. You think it was packaged with Apple II, said 80s game designer Al Lowe. Lowe would soon be working for the nude woman in the far right of the soft porn ad. The blonde with the baby face was Online System co-owner Roberta Williams. Lowe began programming when he bought his first home computer, an Apple II with 48K RAM, a 9-inch green screen, and two 120K floppy drives, and a state-of-the-art Epson MX80 printer, which costs $3,500. A music teacher, Lowe convinced himself the computer would help him with work, even creating a simple program to organize his class schedules. But he really got the system so he and his son could play games together. The first games he bought were the adventure Cranston Manor and the Pac-Man clone Gobbler, both by Online Systems. Lowe became more serious about the Apple II when he went to a music convention and stayed around for a computer convention. The music convention had been pretty much the same old stuff I'd known and seen, kind of all the same things over again. Whereas the next week's show was so exciting and so full of new technologies, Lowe said. He happened to mention his homemade schedule program to one of the vendors. The publisher offered him a deal. Lowe went back home and perfected the program, just in time for the publisher to go out of business. In a last-ditch effort, Lowe and his wife went to AppleFest 82, a popular conference that summer, and purchased a 10-foot by 10-foot booth with a month's income combined. I'm there, and down the hall comes Online Systems co-owner Ken Williams, and as usual he was antsy, walking around the booths to see what was new. And he gets to our booth, stops, and yells, "Hey, Berta, these games look just like yours." Ken and Roberta were impressed by the software and asked them to come by the Online Systems booth first thing in the morning to talk about a publishing deal. Lowe would make the software. Online would distribute it. Within a year, Lowe quit teaching music and became a full-time game designer for Online Systems. An up-and-coming company moved to the mountainous region of California and renamed themselves Sierra Online. When Lowe came aboard, Sierra Online had just successfully negotiated the use of Disney characters in their games, provided it dropped the best-selling soft porn adventure from its catalog. Lowe became instrumental in bringing the wholesome characters to the Apple II, creating graphics, music, and level design to products like Donald Duck's Playground and Winnie the Pooh in the 100-Acre Woods. Sierra Online had also invested a significant amount of money into developing Atari 2600 software and, as a result of the 1983 video game crash, ended up laying off 2/3 of its staff. Ken Williams asked Lowe to leave his full-time programmer post to become a consultant, a work-for-hire employee who would be paid in advance up front against royalties for each product he was involved in. He shows me the advance, and it's like double the money I was making before. So I said yes. And then, as I start to walk away, I ask, "Have I just been fired?" Ken says yes. And I say, "Oh, okay." I remained an outside contractor for the next 15 years. Not unlike Disney's standard employee contract, Lowe's new agreement meant that he wouldn't have much, if any, say in how his characters or creations were used. Any requested feedback would be a courtesy. Sierra Online's Disney license expired in 1986. Ken Williams recommended the company look at updating soft porn Adventure, the 1981 title that sold approximately 25,000 copies at a time when there were only 100,000 Apple IIs. Lowe excitedly went home, dusted off his Apple II, and played the game. I was appalled. It was literally a game about a guy getting laid. It had no protagonist, little to no plot, almost no text, understood almost no input. So I reported back to Ken. There's no way I could bring this game into the 80s unless he let me make it fun of that lifestyle. He said it's so behind the times and might as well be wearing a leisure suit. And everyone laughed. Thus was born Leisure Suit Larry. Lowe was in his late 30s, happily married to his wife, Margaret. The two music teachers had a son and a daughter, Brian and Megan, who would both end up happily married as well. Lo had never been to a strip club. Larry is the anti-Al, he later admitted. There's not much of Larry in me. That's why I could make fun of him in the game. It was sincere. Lo determined that Larry would be a 30-year-old loser wandering the streets of lost wages, equipped with only a permanent erection. Wearing a tight white suit with a butterfly collar, Larry represented an era of key parties, unprotected sex, and orgy-friendly bathhouses. Larry was a living relic. Lo didn't think much of soft porn adventure, with its lack of storyline and narrow scope, but the puzzles in soft porn were smart, very old school. It reminded him of the late 70s text adventures like Scott Adams' Adventure or Willie Crowther's seminal Colossal Cave, games with thoughtful, occasionally frustrated situations, but puzzles that were always solvable and often brilliant in hindsight. Like the beginning of soft porn adventure, Larry would start in front of a dive bar called Lefty's. There would be no instructions on what to do next. Making any type of progress in the game required unconventional forethought. For instance, when you receive a cocktail from Lefty's grimy bartender, your first instinct is to drink it. Instead, if you take the drink and give it to the homeless man laying in the bar's back alley, he'll tell you the secret password to entering a neighborhood speakeasy where a lady and her pimp is waiting for you. If players outsmarted the game, outsmarted Lo, they would be rewarded with sex. Lo even managed to turn sex into a puzzle. In one case, Larry will die if he has sex without using a condom found in the previous area. The actual act was more implied than explicit. When Larry does finally get laid, the naked scene is covered with a big black censored bar that moves and stretches around the couple like an accordion. Every adventure game was swords and sandals or save the galaxy from these aliens. I thought, I can't do another space game. I can't do another King's Quest game. I wanted something the average guy can relate to, Lo said. Lo spent winter 1986 working from home, dedicating his time to perfecting Leisure Suit Larry's in-game puzzles. If he found one hilarious, he would often redo the puzzle to make it funnier. After months of revisions, Lo put a notice on CompuServe, one of the first online service providers. Lo said that he and Ken were looking for 10 people to test the new Sierra game for bugs and, more importantly, humor. The response was overwhelming, and also was the first documented time a game company did an official public beta testing. I did it because I wanted the game to be understood as much as I could, Lo said. Each beta test copy of Leisure Suit Larry had a special file. The program would make a note whenever the player typed in a command it didn't understand. I would go, "Oh, somebody typed that? Oh, okay." I would then create an in-game response to that or create a new puzzle. Each type command, such as open door or have sex, needed to be programmed in. In a sex game, Lo would have to anticipate everything that the gamer could possibly want to do. Sierra released 2 new adventure games in the summer of 1987, Leisure Suit Larry in the Land of the Lounge Lizards, and the gritty Dirty Harry-inspired cop adventure Police Quest in Pursuit of the Death Angel. Games were usually sold hand-to-hand by eager salespeople, by word of mouth, and by the cover art and text. Soft porn adventure ads notwithstanding, video game advertisements were still in relative infancy. 2 decades later, Grand Theft Auto 3 and other games supported by Hollywood-sized budgets would have commercial spots during The Tonight Show. In 1987, computer game sales methods were much different than the Ziploc days. As a result, games that seemed the most familiar were generally the best sellers. Sierra's other top titles, King's Quest III, To Err is Human, and Space Quest II, Valhalla's Revenge, were already part of their respective well-established series. Police Quest was new, but it carried the Quest moniker, had a stylish cover reminiscent of a Clint Eastwood movie. Eastwood's next Dirty Harry movie, The Deadpool, will be out the upcoming summer. The cover of Leisure Suit Larry had the hero with his pickle nose, oversized head, and butterfly-collared shirt, sipping a martini and leaning against the TV displaying a naked digital woman in a jacuzzi, reminiscent of the soft porn ad.
Overseas, Palace Software released the action game Barbarian: The Ultimate Warrior. On the cover was a warrior couple played by an unknown male model and Maria Whittaker, a busty page 3 girl. An iconic feature, British tabloids often featured a nude or topless woman on page 3. On the game box, Whittaker had a leather bikini bra, a metallic-looking thong, and a very long sword. Maria Whittaker was a famous page 3 girl who had often been featured on page 3, but when she appeared on the game's cover, clad in far more clothes than usual, with a fancy brassiere and admittedly skimpy thong, a right-to-do ensued, according to the book High Score, The Illustrated History of Electronic Video Games. There was much protest and hoopla over the buxom Miss Whittaker's state of dress on the Barbarian cover, and, this is the ironic part, nothing about the extreme gory violence of the game, which is far more gruesome than just about anything that had been released previously. Unlike soft porn adventure, games like Barbarian, Strip Poker, and Leisure Lair were being sold at major electronic outlets to mainstream audiences, not directly from small home offices to techies. Strip Poker was being taken off the shelves, which was in the late 80s through the early 90s, says Artworks Arthur Wash. At Electronics Boutique, we had one of its best-selling programs. We were notified that it wasn't going to buy any more of our programs. This letter was from the new vice president of purchasing, who said it was inappropriate for sale. Sierra was in for a similar quandary when Radio Shack and several other outlets refused to carry Leisure Suit Larry. Police Quest and Larry shipped. Police Quest flew out of the stores, but Larry sold like 4,000 copies the first month it was out. This is back when almost all Sierra titles sold 50,000 copies or more per month, Lowe said. It was one of the worst, if not the worst, selling game in Sierra's history. 6 months of hard work gone, Lowe's just immersed himself in other titles, including the next Larry game, Leisure Suit Larry Goes Looking for Love in several wrong places. Did my life change after Larry first came out? Not really, Lowe said. My wife and I had the opinion that the game thing was kind of temporary, so she kept working as a music coordinator. We lived off of her salary. On Monday, October 19, 1987, the New York Stock Exchange dropped more than 500 points, the equivalent of $500 billion disappearing in one day. It was the worst devaluation in American stock market history. The market was a victim of inflated initial public offerings and overhyped companies. Donald Trump revitalized Atlantic City, becoming a billionaire, and perhaps more importantly, showing that anyone could have the American dream if they were hungry enough. Trump, The Art of the Deal, was the #1 book by the end of the year. Oliver Stone released Wall Street, which popularized the 1987 mantra, greed is good. There were enough aggressive, financially minded high rollers around to create a new term, yuppie, or young urban professional. Buying stock in new future-minded companies was considered a great, fast way to get good return on investment. Many of these new, future-minded companies were filled with hot air. They popped on Black Monday. Newspapers reported seeing broke 20-something Manhattan penthouse owners, their Italian shoes halfway off the window ledge, yelling to the world that they were going to jump. Bobby McFerrin's video to his hit, Don't Worry, Be Happy, parodied the stock market suicides. Investors who wanted to continue to work could not. The world markets were paralyzed by the New York Stock Exchange crash. A Wall Street employee, perhaps a board analyst, perhaps a frustrated broker, uploaded a copy of Leisure Suit Larry in the Land of the Lounge Lizards onto the company's computer server. Several sources claim it was Merrill Lynch. The managers noticed the company's computers were running sluggishly, but other firms had caught on by then. It was too late. Computer games have proved increasingly popular since the fall in trading volumes experienced after the crash of October, and dealers have filled their work hours by playing games, said a London Financial Times article. The adventures of Larry the Lounge Lizard have proved particularly popular because of their salacious content. Those 4,000 copies Leisure Suit Larry sold the first month became 8,000 the next month and 16,000 the next. By February, the soft sell top 10 computer game chart was owned by King Quest III, Police Quest, and Leisure Suit Larry. Lowe had had a hand in all of them. Leisure Suit Larry alone would sell more than 300,000 copies. Lowe received a call from Gruber Peters Productions, the company behind the hit Fox company Married with Children. It wanted to do a Larry sitcom. Lowe went down to their offices and set up Leisure Suit Larry in one of the boardrooms. About 20 employees crammed into the room to watch Lowe manipulate Larry on a 36-inch computer monitor. So they would say something, I'd paraphrase it and type it in, and it would mostly work. Like when we went into the bar, went to the bathroom, to the urinals, and someone would say, take a leak. I type it in, and it worked, Lowe recalled. Then some guy yelled, masturbate! Now I'm thinking, I'm not sure if it'll understand. I can't remember if I programmed that in or not. So I type it in, and it came back and said, the whole idea was for you to stop doing that. Everyone cracked up. Other studios approached Lowe about doing a Larry movie, going as far as reading some potential scripts. One wanted to get Jim Carrey, Lowe would later say. He was hot from Dumb and Dumber. He says studios offered horrible scripts, and those that had decent ideas would allow him to play a role in the final product. He says he was offered a considerable amount of money. He turned everything down, wanting to protect his lovable character. Shortly after Leisure Suit Larry shipped, a friend overseas told Lowe his game was a hit in Russia. The problem was Sierra didn't do a Russian version of the game. He later saw it himself. I found one in Moscow for $2, and their CD art was even better than ours. Now, the entire game had been copied, but they couldn't figure out the audio files, so they had re-recorded the voices in Russian, overdubbed it. My first reaction was, we should hire this guy. Lowe's character was becoming an international icon, whether he wanted Larry to be or not. Lowe initially saw the Leisure Suit Larry series as a trilogy. In Leisure Suit Larry 3, Passionate Patty in Pursuit of the Pulsating Pectorals, Larry finally finds his soulmate. Patty, an Aeron that you can control during certain segments of the game, ends up falling out on the backlot of Sierra Productions, an homage to Lowe's favorite comedy, Mel Brooks's Blazing Saddles. The game finishes with Larry getting hired by Ken Williams to do a new game for Sierra. I think I'll start a game in Lost Wages, outside of a bar named Lefty's, Larry says, type in the beginning of the first Leisure Suit Larry. Lowe publicly said there would never be a Larry 4. This was before Leisure Suit Larry 3 became the most successful Larry game yet, and before it became obvious that Larry wasn't going to go away. Lowe and Ken Williams had another one of their talks, and decided that instead of breaking up the trilogy, Sierra would put Larry online. It would be called Larryland. We had this room full of modems. We thought it had to be one modem per computer, Lowe said. With the limited bandwidth, we could create a multiplayer game like chess and checkers, but we wanted to do an adventure. There was no nationwide digital infrastructure like broadband or cable hookups that could quickly transfer information from computer to make a complex game playable. 2 Sierra employees, Jeff Stephenson and Matthew George, handled the technical end. And my job? Simple. All I had to do was design the first interactive multiplayer online adventure game, Lowe recalled on his online diary, owllowe.com. Needless to say, I failed. Lowe quit Larryland after 6 difficult months. The infrastructure would eventually become the Sierra Network, an online gaming community that would struggle to make profit in upcoming years. Shortly after Larryland failed, the company Quantum released a sophisticated BBS program for the Macintosh. Unlike its competitors, Quantum wanted to provide internet access and services to people new to computers. The dominant company at the time, CompuServe, was made by techies for techies. For example, CompuServe email addresses were composed of assigned, seemingly randomly numbers and letters. The Quantum servers would have easy-to-use chat rooms, colorful graphics, and online games. The company already had some success with its previous BBS program, Quantum Link, for the Commodore line of computers. Quantum would release the Mac version under a new name, America Online. In a few years, it would surpass CompuServe, Prodigy, and other service providers. AOL would eventually purchase the Sierra network, shutting it down shortly after. Despite the Larryland setback, fans continued to ask Lowe when Leisure Suit Larry was coming back. Are you still working on Larry 4? A coworker asked him one day. No, he says, I'm working on Larry 5. He pauses after his wise-ass comment and realizes he's onto something. Lowe began to work on Leisure Suit Larry 5. Passionate Patty does a little undercover work, which would also go on to sell 300,000 copies. The sequel will make references to events that happened in Larry 4. Game events that, of course, never occurred.
Chapter 3 Otaku. Tokyo has many towers. There's one specific building, Tokyo Tower, which is a replica of Paris's Eiffel Tower. Created in 1958 to symbolize Japan's post-war growth, the tower cost nearly 3 billion yen and was painted burnt orange and eggshell white. It is also a few inches taller than Gustave Eiffel's original tower. Tokyo is filled with towers, and together they create a startling skyline. Individually, they are mostly unexceptional, mundane buildings that sell commonplace goods like groceries, electronics, and books. In Japan Unbound, John Nathan explains why modern day Tokyo grows tall, not out. He says, in 1986, the value of Tokyo's real estate doubled, and doubled again in 1987. In September of that year, 100 square feet in the downtown Ginza was selling for $1 million. By mid 1988, the value of Japanese real estate will be worth 5 times that of the United States. 7-story high buildings are not unusual. You explore one floor, which is the size of a decent American kitchen, climb the thin steps, parting your way through the ever-present crowds, and begin exploring the next floor. While towers house everything from clothing boutiques to posh eateries, a notable amount is packed with porn. Big breast porn, black man porn, animal porn, bodily function porn, blonde porn, schoolgirl porn. Store products is almost always well organized, sectioned off and clearly labeled on small shelves. There's usually a separate rack up front dedicated to pornographic video games. Adult stores generally focus on magazines and movies, not games. But fans of interactive porn wouldn't go to a tower of porn to get their games anyway. From the time I arrived there, I remember the only mainstream PC games being sold in shops were on one rack, like the PC translation of Final Fantasy VII or Diablo, and the other 90% were sex games, said Chris Kohler, author of Power Up: How Japanese Video Games Gave the World Extra Life. They started making erotic games pretty much as soon as they figured out how to make games. The first well-known pornographic title in Japan was 1983's Nightlife, a good year after the notorious Custer's Revenge was released in America. Koei, an upstart game publisher, released it for the Fujitsu FM7 home computer. The back cover featured 2 outline figures in 6 positions: 69, doggy style, floor, doggy style, table, on the knees, missionary, and a complex spooning angle. A rhythm method calculator and a sex diary were included. Nightlife became Koei's first hit. The company followed up with another title, one that loosely translates into, quote, the tempting housewife next door. Koei pulled out of the virtual sex market early, later making a name for itself with historically accurate Japanese war simulation games. Following Koei's lead into the so-called romantic educational tool, publishers began making erotic games with a traditional spin. Several popular arcade games updated Mahjong, the ancient tile game. A coy virtual vixen would lie in the background as you, her opponent, decided which tiles to remove. Based on your table skill, she will start to disrobe. Adult Mahjong and card-based games filled the average Tokyo arcade, rows of erotic entertainment blended with ancient diversions. The biggest bridge between classic and modern entertainment, however, would be through a century-old business in rural Japan. In 1889, artist Fujiro Yamauchi started a small craft company, Nintendo Kumpai. He specialized in making playing cards called Hanafuda, or flower cards. Yamauchi-san made a modest living, enough to take care of his family, but his business blossomed when a neighborhood organization took an interest in his product. In the absence of horse or dog racing or sports pools, the Yakuza, Japan's equivalent of the mafia, operated high-stakes games of Hanafudo in casino-like parlors. Nintendo profited handsomely since professional players would begin each new game with a fresh deck, discarding the old one. David Sheff writes in Game Over, Nintendo's battle to dominate video games. Nintendo would expand into other forms of entertainment, focusing on electronic goods as computers became more affordable. In fall 1985, it released the Nintendo Entertainment System, the biggest arcade game system launched since the Atari 2600 a decade before. The NES included two games, two controllers, and two accessories: a red plastic gun called the Zapper, and a foot-high midriff twisting machine called ROB, or Rob, the robot. The Zapper is a light gun that makes the screen flash when you pull the trigger, used to kill fowl in the act-in-game Duck Hunt. Rob the robot turns in a semicircle and moves a set of spinning tops in conjunction with the action game Gyromite. The NES would only be available at toy stores, no computer or electronics stores, and it could not be purchased without also buying the plastic accessories. The 1983 Japanese version was called the Nintendo Family Computer, or Famicom, but it was renamed the Nintendo Entertainment System to associate it with technology. Nintendo wanted to show the United States that the NES was a toy, not a game machine, unlike the expensive Ataris and ColecoVisions that now grew rusty in American closets. Nintendo's chief game architect, Shigeru Miyamoto, designed The Legend of Zelda, Super Mario Bros., and other games that took full advantage of the system. The cutting-edge technology allowed better graphics, improved interaction, and complex narratives that weren't possible on the decade-old Atari 2600. Nintendo also brought the Nintendo Seal of Quality. Comparable to a Good Housekeeping approval, the golden seal of quality on the box was to ensure customers that Nintendo knew the content of the respective video game and decided it was appropriate to play. According to author Brenda Brathwaite, former Nintendo of America Senior Vice President Howard Lincoln listed the company's standards as follows: no sexually suggestive or explicit content, no sexist language or depictions, no random, gratuitous, or excessive violence, no graphic illustrations of death, no domestic violence or abuse, no excessive force in sports games, no ethical, racial, or religious or sexual stereotypes, no profanity or obscenity, no use of drugs, smoking material, or alcohol, no subliminal political messages or overt political statements. Lincoln elaborated. Among the sexual content Nintendo deemed inappropriate were women dressed as Playboy bunnies, men whistling at women, a woman who, quote, shakes her breast, and a game in which a female's clothing did not adequately cover her body. Nintendo's restrictions did not seem much different than the comic book code of 1954, which required that women, quote, be drawn realistically without exaggeration of any physical qualities, and that, quote, illicit sex relations were neither to be hinted at or portrayed. Or even Hollywood's earlier Hays Code of 1930, which carried a whole section on depicting, quote, impure love. According to the Hays Code, impure love meant intimacy outside of marriage, quote, love which society has always regarded as wrong and which has always been banned by divine law, unquote. However, if filmmakers feel they must have to show impure love, quote, it must not be presented in such a way to arouse passion or morbid curiosity on the part of the audience, unquote. By holiday 1987, the Nintendo Entertainment System was the number one selling toy, surpassing Cabbage Patch Kids and Teddy Ruxpin. Other companies also prospered. Voltron, Robotech, and similar cartoons captured adolescent imaginations by combining high-tech machines, soap opera subplots, and quirky Japanese humor. In 1988, Katsuro Otomo brought Akira to America. The animated movie was about three gang member teenagers fighting a monster made out of, quote, pure energy, trying to put Tokyo under nuclear attack. There's a rape scene, limbs are severed, and adolescent bodies are squished like cows' eyes under a hammer. It became required watching for any boy under 16, and culturalists well beyond puberty loved it too. Even critic Roger Ebert gave it a thumbs up. Akira was recognized both critically and commercially because it was a perfect example of what Japan does: take pop art seriously. Japan also exerted its heavy influence in 1980s in American commerce, a turnabout from decades as the economic underdog. In 1973, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, inflated gas prices for profit. The oil crisis made cash-strapped Americans more dependent on the small, fuel-efficient Japanese cars. A second OPEC price jump in 1979 doubled United States gas prices. Honda and Nissan established plants in Ohio and Tennessee, respectively. The Japanese auto industry ended up dominating Henry Ford's America in both sales and productivity. Unused to creating cars with a Japanese level of efficiency, GM, Chrysler, and Ford were losing money, closing plants, or selling them to Japanese companies. Only 40 years before, the World War II allies, led by America and Britain, had decimated much of the Asian country's infrastructure. In 1947, the year of the transistor's invention, American aid to Japan exceeded $400 million. To help pull Japanese industry back onto its feet, the U.S. would provide technological assistance and encourage Japan to undertake research and development. According to Bob Johnstone's We Were Burning, Japanese entrepreneurs in the forging of the electronic age. Hewlett-Packard, Texas Instruments, and other American companies created the transistor, compact disc laser technology, and high-resolution television. Nearly all the technical research was licensed, if not outright given to the Japanese. Johnstone cites various political and economic reasons for this. He says, there was, however, still another reason why U.S. concerns were prepared to transfer their technology to Japan so blithely. Simply, in their wildest dreams, the Americans could never imagine that the Japanese would catch up to them so quickly. Started by cocksure American entrepreneur Nolan Bushnell, Atari had managed to exile its founder and lose billions during the 1983 video game crash, and is now looking for an Atari 2600 follow-up to fight Nintendo. The company released the Atari 5200 and the Atari 7800, two systems that were technically inferior to the NES. Neither sold well. At the arcades, Japanese company Capcom released Final Fight, a mindless yet addictive combat game that established a side-scrolling fighter genre that would dominate arcades for the next 5 years. Atari would respond with Pit Fighter, a stiff battle arcade game composed of stilted digital pictures reminiscent of Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. Capcom again replied with Street Fighter II: The World Warrior, which became the most imitated one-on-one fighting game in arcade history. Unlike the 1970s, Atari didn't have hit arcade games to draw customers to its home systems, and third-party companies like Capcom and Konami decided to bring their games to Nintendo instead. Atari lost a foothold both at home and at the arcade, and there was no other American company qualified to take the lead. The newly profitable home and arcade market encouraged other Japanese companies to re-enter the American video game industry. One publisher, Kaneko, released 3 arcade games within 1 year: the Final Fight-inspired DJ Boy, the frantic shooter Aerial Blasters, and the puzzle title Gal's Panic. Gal's Panic is a revamp of Tato's Kicks, a 1981 arcade hit released around the time Kaneko was last relevant. In Kicks, you drop a continuous line that, when made into a box, paints the enclosed area. The goal was to paint 75% of the screen while avoiding 2 enemies: a spinning electric wand and a set of sparks walking along the box borders. You are only vulnerable to the wand's attacks when out painting, but are exposed to the sparks when sitting on the wall. You have to keep moving. Kick's basic graphics and electronic fluorescent backgrounds made the game more Tron than Miss Pac-Man, giving it a nerdy glow. Arcade games have an attract mode, a demo that repeats when people aren't playing. The attract mode for Gauss Panic began with purple, red, and orange bubbles rising to the top of the screen and popping out the spell GALSPANIC in irregular letters. A spinning pink blow flies under the game's title, and a chipper Japanese woman says, "Good luck," calling passerbys to deposit a coin. Once the game starts, the first thing you notice is Gauss Select in big rainbow letters above six Japanese profiles. They have relatively chubby, round faces and seem to still be working off puberty. There is smiling Marina in a stylish haircut and bedazzled earrings. There's dour Emi with a serious face packing a strained smile, and four other women. The game has 3 rounds. In the first area, a fast moving spider spits tiny arachnids and webs to slow you down. The second area has a very fast moving fireball shooting little killer flames. The final area has a ridiculously fast pyramid, capable of splitting itself into a dozen separate pieces, all bouncing off into different directions. In the background, underneath the chaos, is a cartoon silhouette of a woman you selected. She is fully clothed during the first round, in her underwear during the second round, and completely nude in the final round. Successfully creating boxes over the body reveals her skin. Making boxes over a body also requires energy, which is tracked by an on screen meter. Hit a certain low point, and the curvy silhouette will turn into a random picture, which could be, among other things, a blue female bear wearing red lipstick or a bloody figure that resembles the Pinhead character from Hellraiser. To win the round and see the woman, you have to make boxes in the area around her silhouette, which adds energy until the meter is long enough to complete the act. The women give encouragement. "You and I are going to have fun." And "Good." Unbox vagina, breast, or belly button in the final round, and you receive more colorful commentary. "Ooh, good," Ayami might say in a muffled voice, as if she's speaking with her face in a soft pillow. If you manage to uncover 80% of her body, a visual round of claps appears and a long note of striptease music plays. The cartoon representation of the woman is star swiped away and replaced with a photo of a real model. She is usually kneeling or bending down to the floor. She looks younger than the cartoon drawing. The model squeaks one last thing: "Touch my body." Or perhaps, "Hold me." And the game returns to the Gal Select menu. Gal's Panic was an American sleeper hit in 1990, but in Japan it fit well with the erotic mahjong games and the card games genre. Kaneko made at least 6 sequels. In America, none were as popular as the original, which is enough of a moneymaker that it can be still found in modern American arcades, albeit in a dark corner. Regular kicks wills the player into doing things within the context of the game. You want to create tiny boxes. But for some reason, you think, "Oh my God, I can do this huge box and I can get all this area." And of course, you get hit by the enemy and die, says Power Up author Kohler. For Gal's Panic, it's even more intense because of what's under there. It is all the more reason for the player to act like a total idiot, waste his 100 yen, and play it yet again. Another notable sexual arcade game in Japan would be from Taft Systems, a Korean company. On Boigang, the unit's top half has a usual TV screen, but the bottom half has a bottom, a person's behind and legs, slightly bent as if they're picking something up. He or she is wearing tight jeans. The mannequin makes it look like someone is halfway inside the arcade machine, perhaps trying to repair a loose nut. Next to the butt is a large, removable plastic finger. Boingang Boingang translates into "spankum" in English, but the game is actually an anal penetration simulator, hence the plastic finger as opposed to a hand, and the drawings of whipped, multicolored flying poo on its marquee. "This is a fun game of spanking people that make your life miserable," said the arcade flyer. When you spank the character that you choose to punish, the face expression of the character will change as they scream and twitch in pain. The funny face expressions will make people laugh and relieve the stress, the flyer also says. It lists 8 characters you can make scream and twitch in pain: an ex girlfriend, an ex boyfriend, a gangster, a mother in law, a gold digger, a prostitute, a child molester, and a con artist. The game was received enthusiastically in Tokyo last year, wrote Wired magazines. Taft Systems recently signed a deal to distribute 200 Bunga Bunga machines in arcades all across Japan. Tomonobu Itagaki is a tall, pale man, probably in his 40s, with shiny black hair down to his shoulders, dark clothing, and pale, acne-scarred skin. Perpetually sunglassed, most gamers have never seen his eyes. He could be a Japanese member of the Ramones. Itagaki-san has worked for only one company, Tecmo, a medium-sized game publisher in Tokyo. He went there straight from college after deciding against becoming a professional mahjong player. His first assignment was Super Tecmo Bowl, Tecmo's popular sports franchise. I guess I can take credit for having snow in the game, he said in an interview. In fact, that's the only thing I did for the game. Super Tecmo Bowl was one of the first sports games to incorporate weather. Itagaki-san decided that for his next project, he would try designing a complex 3D fighting game. He called it Dead or Alive, not for the game's deadly martial arts, but because Tecmo was in financial trouble. It needed a hit or it was going under. Game designer Hironobu Sakaguchi named Square's legendary adventure series Final Fantasy for the same reason. Dead or Alive was a hit. The 1996 brawler had colorful 3D environments and visuals that pushed the respective platforms, the Sony PlayStation and the Sega Saturn, to previously unknown heights. It also did well in arcades worldwide. Classic one-on-one fighting games like Data East, Karate Champ, and Konami's ER Kung Fu were popular in the early 80s. But Itagaki-san's title joined an arcade resurgence led by Capcom's Street Fighter, Sega's Virtua Fighter, Midway's Mortal Kombat, and Namco's Tekken. By the time Dead Alive 2 arrived in 1999, Itagaki-san openly gave his opinion of the competition. Tekken wasn't that good, and frankly, Mortal Kombat was of low quality. He had little to nothing good to say about the remaining fighting games. From Tekken's blocking system to Virtua Fighter's innovations in 3 dimensions, Dead or Alive would probably not have been as progressive of a fighting game without its predecessors, something the designer was loath to admit. It was as if Dead or Alive played Athena to the competition Zeus, appearing fully formed without anyone else's intervention. Tecmo's follow-up Dead or Alive 2 was as much a leap in gameplay as it was a study in detail. Spinning leaves fall from the semi-nude trees onto the battlefield below. A well-timed kick knocks a character through a dojo wall, exposing the outer perimeter of the arena. The sun glistens off in the distance, creating a bit of lens flare. The female characters, of which there are many, shake spherical, buoyant breasts, tugged by some unknown centrifugal force as they walk, run, kick, and jump. Dead or Alive 2 sold significantly better than its predecessor, and Agaki-san began developing DOA 2 remixes on different platforms. He did several redesigns of another Tecmo franchise, Ninja Gaiden, by adjusting the difficulty, improving the graphics, and re-releasing it on the newest gaming hardware. For Dead or Alive, he kept tweaking the breast physics. They had to be perfect. DOA is known for its bouncing breasts, he would later say, citing the little-known 2D fighting game Garu Dentsu as the first game he saw with a considerable, quote, jiggle factor. Of course, when I applied it to a 3D game, it was almost too much for people. Popularity increased with Dead or Alive 3 and the DOA spin-off Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball. In the sports game, Zack, a fighter from Dead or Alive, purchases a deserted island, builds a casino, and tricks all the DOA characters, at least all the female ones, to come there for a free vacation. Previously ruthless adversaries, the trapped ladies begin playing games together, rubbing each other's backs, and generally getting to know each other better. As an omnipotent voyeur, you tell the women where to go, what to wear, and where to touch. There was an occasional volleyball match to earn extra points, which in turn can be spent on buying more outfits for the women. Despite the game's title, it's easier to find the women in a jumping race across floating white wafers or a butt bumping balance battle on a log. They are almost always bouncing and are almost always wet. Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball received an M for Mature rating from an electronic software ratings board, roughly the equivalent of a movie R, and reviewers panned the title. Watching boobs bouncing along, independent of one another, made me feel seasick, said one reviewer. It spent months on the American top 10 sales charts, and Itagaki-san churned out a sequel, Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball 2, with similar results. He would turn out more Dead or Alive remixes in the upcoming years. He would also be sued by a female coworker for allegedly groping and forcibly French kissing her during a shared after-work cab ride. In Japan, Tecmo began selling dozens, if not hundreds, of different Dead or Alive porcelain figures. One character, a young, buxom brunette, wears a slim black bikini and leans back, playfully spread eagle on a water raft from Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball. The popular Japanese importer J-List sold it for around $83. In one post, the video game website Kotaku listed the newest Japanese Dead or Alive products, including a real woman's bikini emblazoned with the characters, a bendable doll, and a life-size, quote, body pillow of a lead character. The final item shown was a mouse pad with two raised lumps. In case you're not sure how to use the mouse pad, the folks at Chest Rest, who made them, have included some basic do's and don'ts. Do place your wrists between Kasumi's well-endowed breasts. Don't hug them and then fall in love with Kasumi's breast. Don't even think about placing your breast near your crotch and then pumping your arm in the air while shouting, woo, woo, woo. Kotaku titled the post, Play with Kasumi's breast for $25. It later noted, just because Dead or Alive Extreme 2 didn't exactly set the world on fire, it doesn't mean its game's goods can't. And some will argue that the series is now produced to sell to certain segments of the population lifestyle character pillows. Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball fits into the Japanese game genre called Bishuro, or Pretty Girl. The goal is to pleasure or have fun with women in the game. The genre could also be called hentai. Megatech's 1992 PC adventure Cobra Mission was the first major Bishuro title to come to America. You play J.R. Knight, a detective searching for missing women in the shadier parts of Florida. It has a top-down view, not unlike Pac-Man, and the characters, including your handsome gumshoe, are short and stocky. Successfully following the clues to a damsel in distress, and Cobra Mission shifts to a detailed first-person view close-up of the woman. A list of options appear. You're given a limited amount of turns to pleasure her. A traditional set of choices include use your hand, use your lips, whisper, rotary vibrator, candle, and in capital letters, ready to go. Megatech released the R-rated version with limited nudity, but players could purchase or later upgrade to an X version with more graphic visuals. The box reads, Cobra Mission graphics are drawn by established anime artists in Japan. Our anime girls are wonderfully fresh and unique, sporting flashy eyes, fine noses, and spunky hair colors. You'll be dazzled by 190 plus high resolution anime graphics, including 50 solely for the sexier moments of play. The text is bracketed by 4 photos, including a group shot that looks like it may be the prelude to an orgy. It says, so provocative is Cobra Mission, you'll find yourself reacting both physically and emotionally. Japan also had a parallel genre equally popular to Bishuro. In Masuya's PlayStation 2 Choniki, Legend of Holy Protein, 2 well-greased bodybuilders, Adon and Samson, fly through space shooting evil aliens. They are ripped, evilly tanned, and don heavily weighted thongs. A video game poster shows the pair facing each other, holding hands, smiling, in a standing action pose, leaning on their toes forward as if the next frame would show them wrestling. One character has his knee securely between the other's thighs. Originally for the Japan PC Engine system, Chowaniki was a descendant of Konami's 80s spaceship title Gradius. While the classic bad guys were multi-tentacled extraterrestrials and wide battleships, Chowaniki, the legend of Holy Protein, had half-naked human-looking beings. The heroes fend them off by shooting sparkly white blasts from the top of their heads. They are after the Holy Protein, a powerful substance that will give them perfect bodies. Protein is also a major component of human sperm. A similar title, D3's Publishing's The Friendship Adventure for the PlayStation 2, casts you as a young new broadcaster who must bond with other males on staff both in the office and after work. The locations vary from beer-soaked sports bars to sweaty saunas. The goal is to get as close as possible to your desired mentor. One of the more revolutionary details put into the game is after you input your name, you can set it if you're a giver or receiver, noted the website gaygamer.net. You can also set any of the NPCs' sexualities as gay or non-gay. The characters end up having orgasms either way, but the dialogue and story flow depends on the choice. It adds, the original PC adaptation is recognized as one of the first games that was made specifically for the gay market in Japan. Japanese games exploring yao, which literally translates to boy love, usually aren't geared towards gay men, but to young women. According to Chris Kohler's Power Up, there are dating games that put the female player in the role of the male high school student who goes after other male high school students. One is called Gaiku Heaven, Boys Love Scramble. Its box proclaims it a love hyper boys game. Kohler estimates about half of all Japanese computer games sold are pornographic. Peter Payne, owner of the popular import site JList, explains how in the book Sex and Video Games. Since over the years, some of the Bushido games titles released in Japan have caused concerns about their negative influences on society, the industry is currently self-regulated through an organization called the Software Morality Association, SOFRIN, which sets the standards for the games. No characters under 18, no themes such as incest or bestiality, and so on. For the most part, these efforts keep the Bushido game industry out of trouble as far as the law is concerned. Part of the reason why adult dating sims get extra leeway is that they aren't live action and aren't really viewed as porn in a real sense. American arms of publishers like Nintendo and Sony are much more conservative than their counterparts, and so Bushido style games would have to be purchased through import companies like JList. Chowaniki, The Friendship Adventure, and Gaiku Heaven, Boys Love Scramble never made it to the United States. Sega's PlayStation 2 title Rez was one of the few provocative Japanese games to make it to America. A fast-paced shooter, you play a programmer who enters a hostile computer world. It used vector graphics, visuals composed solely of straight lines to convey the sparse universe. The background music adjusts to your actions so you, in a sense, are creating a rhythm as you play. Rez came out with a mouse-inspired peripheral, around 5 inches long and 3 inches wide, which shook to the rhythm. It was called the Trance Vibrator. You can put it anywhere, your foot, your back, your waist, Rez designer Tetsuya Mitsuguchi said to Wired magazine. It's up to our consumers' imagination. It also came with a washable protective pouch. Sony gave the game an E for everyone rating. Sega never admitted it, but Rez utilized teledildonics, a new field where heavily automated vibrators and other machines are used in a directly sexual manner. Similarly inspired, Kyle Machulis of the sex and tech website Slashdog
created a vibrating dildo and butt plug that connected directly to the Microsoft Xbox system. It will be called the Sex Box. However, Sega's Res was the first major video game to feature teledynamics. The PlayStation 2 version proved to be the most popular, whereas was originally released on the Dreamcast, Sega's own late 90s systems that failed to make the American marketplace. Overseas, the Sega Dreamcast maintained a solid Japanese user base based on continual streams of bootleg pornographic games. Erotica publishers would eventually stop producing for the Dreamcast, about 6 years after Sega stopped manufacturing the system. The Lara Croft Era, 1996 to 2001. From a pure design standpoint, Lara Croft herself actually isn't that amazing. She's the equivalent of a stick figure with huge boobs. Still, her name does serve as excellent shorthand for a sea of change, like when you say Eminem or George W. Bush. There's an immediate thought, or a rush to opinion, a for or against, and most importantly, a before and an after. And Laura's after, well-adjusted men were contemplating fucking a bunch of pixels, lusting after a digital diva that didn't exist, and actually admitting it to other people. It's no coincidence she blossomed at the dawn of mainstream internet porn, though with online pictures and video, you at least knew that person was out there somewhere. Lara represents the first time America fell in lust with the idea of someone in a video game, as much as a comic book reader may have for Jean Grey in the Dark Phoenix saga, or as I did with the liberated Madame Bovary in Gustave Flaubert's classic novel. Video games now had the power to ignite sexual passion. However, those passions were still diffused through other pop culture identities, and the three major characters of this era, Lara Croft, the Virtual Sims, the lesbians of Fear Effect 2 Retro Helix, are still caricatures of norms established by Pamela Anderson, reality TV, and the movie Bound in that order. They managed to make people horny, but video games still weren't their own cultural force. Chapter 4: Virgins. On Independence Day 1997, a probe landed on the Red Planet. Called the Mars Pathfinder, the small NASA-created vehicle carried an even smaller Land Rover called Sojourner. The rover was a photojournalist. Sojourner would crawl over the red desert surface, trolling for interesting items and taking pictures at NASA's request. The rover would explore areas that, at negative 220 degrees Fahrenheit, would break the human body apart like shattered ice. Over the following 4 months, it would show us what had never been seen by the human eye. Nightly news would end with the latest widescreen Mars photo. Scientists pontificated about possible extraterrestrial life. The media took a renewed interest in H.G. Wells, Jules Verne, and other future-oriented authors. Using a medium called the Internet, NASA would post photographs on its website shortly after they were taken. Users could select the Mars pictures they liked the best and download as many photos as their 28.8K baud modems could handle. During Neil Armstrong's 1969 moon landing, the Americans in New York and the Americans in California, looking at their television sets, were watching the exact same footage at the exact same time. It was a shared experience. It was also a generic experience. During the Mars probe 30 years later, viewers could go online at, say, 3 in the morning to see if there were any new photos. Passionate fans could enter forums or chat rooms, argue about the existence of extraterrestrials. They could set their favorite Mars photo as a computer desktop picture. Utilizing the World Wide Web, NASA allowed each viewer to create his or her own unique connection to Mars. By its final transmission on September 27, 1997, the Mars Pathfinder and Sojourner sent more than 16,000 pictures of the red planet's surface. Technology was extending the arm of human experiences. It just happened to be a robotic arm. As groundbreaking as the Mars mission may have been, Americans didn't necessarily learn the true power of the internet by looking at porous crimson rocks and dry river valleys.
They learned earlier that summer, at their workplace office, in their dens, in front of their televisions, as they watched clips of Pamela Anderson fucking her husband, Tommy. Internet discussions and media coverage related to Pam and Tommy Lee, hardcore and uncensored, trumped the historic Mars visit. Porn pundits argue that it was downloaded or bought online several times over any Mars related paraphernalia. In retrospect, it seems that Pamela Anderson Lee was the real uncharted world. The 29-year-old bleach blonde was a worldwide star thanks to Baywatch, a popular lifeguard show that featured a good-looking cast of men and women saving good-looking bad swimmers. The title sequence slowed down as Lee ran across the beach, her 36 double D breasts restfully ballooning in her tight red suit. A poster of her in the Baywatch swimsuit was a bestseller, a staple for adolescent rooms and college dorms. Her husband, Tommy Lee, had just reunited with his group, Motley Crue. Known for hits Dr. Feelgood and Girls, 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 the once popular 80s rock band had gone out of favor, got into drugs, and fallen out with each other. The drummer wanted the band to make a comeback and hoped to be the ongoing recording sessions for their next album, Generation Swine, would provide one. It was during this hectic time that the newlyweds took their houseboat to Lake Mead, Nevada, for a 5-day vacation. They decided to take a video camera. Tommy Lee claims that the grainy 76-minute tape was stolen from his family vault by a disgruntled personal assistant. The tape ended up in the hands of Seth Wovorski, a 23-year-old internet mogul and owner of the Internet Entertainment Group. He contacted Tommy Lee and told him he was going to broadcast the tape on the internet. The couple sued IEG, but the courts ruled that, since they were public figures, the content was newsworthy and Wovorski could show the footage. He would eventually release it on VHS, but for now it would be streamed, shown live, from the IEG members-only website Club Love. Wovorski said millions joined Club Love to watch the sex video, and millions of dollars were definitely made from the notorious videotape. Pamela and Tommy Lee would eventually be awarded $1.5 million in damages, as well as attorney fees, but no amount of money could take the video out of America's hands. Years later, Tommy Lee was still livid. It pissed me off, because I don't ever want my kids to go to a friend's house and find a video in the VCR of their parents fucking. Pamela Anderson began modeling for beer companies in the mid-'80s. She quickly got a Playboy centerfold, followed by a stint as a tool girl on the hit ABC show Home Improvement. In 1992, she joined Baywatch, making her tight, breast implant-filled red swimsuit an icon in itself. In Barbed Wire, a 1996 movie based on a comic, she wore a tight, one-piece leather catsuit for the role, the top turning into a low-cut bustier that pushed up her breasts together. The movie bombed at the box office, dashing her goals of transitioning from televisions to theaters. Barbed Wire was nominated for a Razzie Award Worst Picture, but lost to the $50 million Demi Moore movie, Striptease. Moore's movie also won Razzie's Worst Actress, Worst Director, Worst Original Song, Worst Screen Couple, and Worst Screenplay. The film followed a single mom stripper and her co-workers, but Striptease also featured Demi Moore's new breasts. They were big, buoyant, and spherical, and made her look less like the girl next door scene in Ghost. Aside from silicone, both Striptease and Barbed Wire shared another element. Striptease shows a stripper who never takes it all off for the movie audience. Barbed Wire features a ruthlessly sexy action hero who never copulates. Neither hormonally aggressive character is ever nude. On Times Square, Calvin Klein crafted multi-story billboards featuring an underwear-clad Mark Wahlberg. In Congress, conservatives and liberals argued over if sex education classes promoted sexuality and whether condoms should be distributed in the school. It seemed okay to sell sex appeal and to apply sexual situations, but not to actually have it. With Pam and Tommy Lee, hardcore and uncensored, the famous Baywatch actress had crossed the line. She publicly gave up the goods. The virgin/whore archetype was ruined. There was nothing more to see. Pamela Anderson Lee will be replaced on Baywatch the following year. There are several myths in the video game industry. In one, a young, geeky game designer named Toby Gard was working on a new character, one he would later describe as a female Indiana Jones. She was originally Lara Croft, but he thought a female character would be more appealing. It would be a 3D game, not one that would require glasses, but one that would have physical depth. You would feel like the character was going into the screen. Each item on screen would be made up of polygons, geometric shapes that could be manipulated to scale and therefore make 3D levels easier. As you got closer to an object, the polygon scale would increase and it would become bigger, and the opposite as you walk away. The characters themselves would also be comprised of polygons, and the game artists would use special graphic software to create them. So far, this is all true. The myth is that Gard was in the offices of Core Design, the UK-based development company, working on his new female heroine when, on a whim, he made her breast size 150% bigger than normal. Office mates noticed and encouraged him to keep the design, at least for a little while. Gard went on with the joke. This well-told story is how Lara Croft received 38 double D breasts seems much more likely when you realize that Toby Gard was only 19 years old. Miss Pac-Man was perhaps the first video game heroine, but she was not created by the game manufacturer, Bally. In 1981, 9 MIT students reprogrammed the Pac-Man machines they leased to local stores. They modified the mazes and made the frantic game even faster. The crew then went a step further, creating a special circuit board that, when added to a normal Pac-Man machine, automatically upgraded it to their special version. Now they could sell the board to arcade owners who didn't want the risk of breaking their expensive units. The students first tried it with another popular game, Atari's Missile Command. As they completed the work on Pac-Man, Atari caught wind of the Missile Command board and sued them before they could sell any. The game company then did something unprecedented. Atari offered the kids a contract to make Atari games, provided they, of course, stopped manufacturing modification boards. They agreed. Contract in hand, then IT students went straight to Bally, showed them the modified Pac-Man board, and started negotiating. Coincidentally, Bally had no idea how to follow up the most popular video game ever made. It asked them to modify their enhancement board to create an official Pac-Man sequel. Their first decision was to make the new Pac-Man a woman, later adding a red bow tie and a beauty mark. The game would also have intermissions with Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man chasing each other, locking lips, and eventually having a baby Pac-Man, making it arguably the first sex scene in a mainstream video game. The next notable heroine was Samus Aran, the tough bounty-hunting space warrior in Nintendo's Metroid. The game seemed inspired by Sigourney Weaver's Alien movies, the second of which came out in 1986, the same year as Metroid. The twist was that the gamer wasn't told her gender. You spent hours playing through the lengthy adventure, staring at and guiding the innocuous figure in a full-body metal spacesuit. It wasn't until the end, as the credits were about to roll, that the warrior would stare at the screen, towards you, and emerge out of the shapeless protective covering to reveal a purple dancer's leotard and long, very green hair. Well before the email or the internet became commonplace, Samus Aran's true identity remained a secret that was slowly exposed to skilled individuals who beat the game. Those who completed Metroid under the time limit could play Samus's adventure again, without the body armor. Metroid aside, most female characters were accents to the main male characters, like the Valkyrie in the popular 1985 dungeon crawler Gauntlet, who, among other 3 warriors, was a token woman, or Chun-Li, the single female in 1992's seminal Street Fighter II The World Warrior. Valkyrie wore a revealing metal bustier, similar in shape to Barbed Wire's outfit, and was later upgraded to a furry 2-piece bikini worthy of Raquel Welch in 1 million years BC. Chun-Li initially wore a blue Asian top, Princess Leia-like earmuffs, and a tiny skirt. Skilled gamers could time her kicks just right to see her cotton white panties.
These were the female characters before Lara Croft. Gard and the core design team spent 18 months creating Tomb Raider featuring Lara Croft, a game best described as an intelligent shooter. Unlike Doom and other combat-focused precursors, Tomb Raider split gameplay evenly between perilous shootouts and brain-teasing puzzles. Lara also had the option of holstering her guns, a first in modern video games, which allowed her to scale cliffs, grab swinging vines, and perhaps even think before reacting. A smart woman, the character would be the daughter of Lord Henchingley Croft. She would speak in proper English with a proper British accent. She would live in a manor. She was supposed to be this strong woman, this upper-class adventurer, Gard said. He also acknowledged some not-so-obvious source material. Lara was based on elements of Indiana Jones, Tank Girl, and People Always Say, My Sister, Gard later told a British newspaper. Maybe subconsciously, she was my sister. Core Design was a development company, not a publisher, but it connected with another small British outfit named Eidos Interactive to distribute Tomb Raider. The development company is the artist, the publisher the proverbial salesman. The publisher will often fund the developer's company's projects and ideally facilitate the peace and quiet it needs to create. It will also work on brand recognition, organizing media junkets, and other forms of public relations. When royalties arrive, it is the one that cuts the check. It is heavily rumored that Eidos faced bankruptcy before its deal with Core Design. Tomb Raider could have literally been a make or break it title, which turned on the Eidos PR machine into overdrive. The company released promotional pictures of the buxom character in tight bathing suits and clinging cocktail dresses. Maxim and other men's magazines published her pictures and her dimensions 38, 24, 34. Gucci paid Eidos $30,000 for Lara to pose in the famous house's latest couture. It used virtual clothing. English nude model Neil McAndrew was hired to play Lara Croft at marketing events. Gard, an employee on the company payroll, had nothing to do with Lara's presentation to the public. She wasn't meant to be a tits out for the lads type of character in any way. Quite the opposite, in fact. I thought that she was interesting about her was that she was unattainable, austere, dangerous sort of person, he said in an interview. Eidos took the untouchable character out of Gard's hands and made you feel like she was in yours. Gard's Ice Queen became public domain. Angry and disillusioned, Gard quit Core Design 2 months after the game's release. He started a new development studio, Confounding Factor, and a new project, a pirate game called Galleon. Galleon is not a progression from Tomb Raider, he declared. It is simply what Tomb Raider should have been. His newfound venture wouldn't be burning up much Tomb Raider money. By leaving Core, Toby lost his share of an estimated $700 million. On November 15, 1996, Tomb Raider was released for the Sega Saturn, the PC, and soon after, the new Sony PlayStation. Tomb Raider sold 3 million copies within the first year, was a critical and commercial success. By November 1997, Eidos shot out the sequel, Tomb Raider 2, and Tomb Raider 3 Adventures of Lara Croft arrived in November after that. The next Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation, will again be out the following November, to which one critic said, "The latest Tomb Raider can be rewarding for those who can suffer through its cumbersome controls, numerous high-difficult gameplay sequences, and occasional bugs." Tomb Raider sales remain relatively high, but the numbers for each successive game dropped significantly. Critics said Eidos and Core Design did little to improve the games, and it certainly didn't help that Tomb Raider's principal designer, Toby Gard, had left the company likely before the first sequel was even outlined. Meanwhile, Lara Croft appeared in original comics and as plastic action figures. YouTube commissioned original Lara Croft animations for its sold-out pop art tour. The band would show the footage of multi-story monitors as they performed. She became the 1997 cover girl for the popular British magazine The Face. In 1999, Playboy's August cover read,
Tomb Raider Neil McNeil, aka Lara Croft, nude, alongside the then former Tomb Raider model posing in an army fatigue colored bikini. Inside was McAndrew's 8-page new pictorial alongside digital photographs of Lara. The first has Lara with a low-cut tank top and exposed midriff, holding a copy of Tomb Raider 3 Adventures of Lara Croft. The last has Lara laying down in a small silver bikini, letting her arm with the gun rest on her thigh, right below McAndrew's nude spread. The internet flooded with recommended in-game locations, specific areas where, if Lara was turned just right, you can catch a better glimpse of her cleavage. Shortly after the original Tomb Raider, a small downloadable program called Nude Raider appeared on pornographic and gaming websites. The program would superimpose a graphic layer, called a skin, onto the in-game character. The imaginative skin stripped Lara of all of her clothes so gamers could run around the Venetian catacombs nude, or skinny dip in digital Peruvian falls. Amateur artists began to make unauthorized digital pictures of Lara. Supported by new, cheaper 3D software and a grateful audience, they would reenact scenes from the game or create new scenarios entirely. A small number of websites run by fans of the Tomb Raider game series and its hero, Lara Croft, post fan-made art that they called Nude Raiders, which shows the lovely heroine with her clothes off. The game website IGN reported. Some of the images are even more risque, showing her bound, cuffed, and in other pornographic poses. One memorable digital poster shows Lara sitting on the floor next to her bed. She is topless and only wearing her knees to her chest to cover her breasts, and hands wrapped around her legs. With her pensive look to the door, it looks as if she just got a spanking. By the 1998 release of Tomb Raider 3, there were hundreds of pieces of nude Raider art available online for free. Creating one digital image would take dozens, if not hundreds of hours. These posters could be considered the first homage to a digital sex symbol. Keenly focused on ownership and control, Eidos and Core Design sent cease and desist letters to the few but persistent websites dedicated to nude Raider art. It proved ineffective. In August 1998, Core Design sued an American web host company for $1.1 million to get the rights to www.nuderaider.com, home of the supposed ringleader of Lara Croft nude art. Core bases its actions on the argument that it owns the copyright in all forms and permutations of the Lara Croft image, one legal website reported. It won the case and quickly shut down www.nuderaider.com. But by then, illegal Lara Croft posters had already spread across the internet faster than a virus. The company would have to search the then billion or so worldwide web pages to find hidden pictures, often renamed or hidden away in unreachable partitions, not to mention the posters that were left the internet and were saved on fans' home computers. Most Nude Raider art was comfortably sitting on people's hard drives next to the illegal Pamela and Tommy Lee sex movie. 3 Tomb Raider iterations came and went before Toby Gard finally released his pirate adventure, Galleon. It was most often described as an ambitious yet underwhelming experience. It failed at retail. Gard would come back to the Tomb Raider franchise after its 5th game, Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, was a critical and commercial flop. He would be returning to a new company. Eidos fired Core Design, keeping ownership of Tomb Raider, and hired Crystal Dynamics, a small but well-known company behind solid adventure games like Soul Reaver. By the time Angel of Darkness follow-up, Tomb Raider Legend, was released, Lara had changed hands from Toby Gard to Core Design to Eidos to Crystal Dynamics with Toby Gard. Considered a wonderful return to its essence, Legend was a huge success on all levels, settling record numbers and getting rave reviews. It didn't seem to change Gard. He would refuse media interviews, even at Eidos' urging, and avoid the limelight as if he was a paparazzi-phased pop icon himself. The average person may be angry about the millions of dollars lost, or creating what critics consider an artistic failure and doing a proverbial return to the nest. For Gard, it seemed to all come back to Lara. An early advertisement spread for Tomb Raider Legend shows Lara's perfect apple bottoms in tight khaki shorts and her rock solid legs standing on a cliff. Off in the distance, you can see a grassy valley off cliffside, and beyond that deep, damp canal, noticeable if you look between her legs. In capital letters, it says, Lara is back. Nothing, it seems, had changed. Gard articulated the issue in 1997. I had problems when they started putting lower cut clothes on her and sometimes taking her clothes off completely. It's really weird when you see a character of yours doing these things. You can't believe it. You think, she can't do that. I spent my life drawing pictures of things, and they're mine, you know. They belong to me. Chapter 5 Wildflowers. In the 90s, music television tried its first non music program, The Real World. The MTV program was, to paraphrase the show's opening credits, when seven strangers are picked to live in a house to show what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real. It was a big risk for a channel known only for music videos, but The Real World gained high enough ratings to return with a new cast. In one of its second season's episodes, John, an 18-year-old virgin and country singer never seen without his 10-gallon hat, is sitting with his television roommate, Dave, a struggling African American comedian reminiscent of Eddie Murphy in both looks and tone. Dave's beeper goes off. Do you sell drugs? John asks with a grin. Dave scowls and lets him know that, with his ridiculous hat and Southern Christian upbringing, he expected a racial assumption, that being black means you sell drugs, to come from his redneck mouth. John blinks several times. I'm making a joke. Didn't you ever see the first season of The Real World when Heather's beeper goes off and white Julie asks black Heather if she sells drugs? Dave, perhaps embarrassed for his tirade, just gives John the middle finger. In the previous season, Julie, Heather, and the other five strangers picked to live in a Soho house may have had no idea what would happen to them. MTV claims the participants weren't prepped at all, or who their roommates were before everyone moved in. But they certainly did not know they would have heated conflicts about sex, racism, and class, budding romance between roommates, near fisticuffs, and, perhaps most importantly, how these few recorded months of their life would forever define them to an audience of millions. The Real World was the first major American reality TV show. John, David, and the other season 2 roommates were likely part of this audience of millions, knowing enough about the show to want to get involved, and were probably aware of what would or could happen while the cameras were rolling. Like the Real World fans, they knew whatever they did in that house would forever be caught on tape. John's referential joke revealed that the spontaneous, real-life journey that he and other cast members were supposedly partaking in actually had precedence. Reality TV was becoming self-aware. The Real World's first cast featured a rough-edged, heavy-set female rapper, a grunge-era thin man with curly, greasy hair, a goth pale Midwestern hipster, and, with the exception of a male underwear model, three other non-photogenic people. They were average. The only requirements seemed to be participants being between 18 and 25. It would be a surprise hit, earning MTV some of its highest ratings yet. The show managed to capture the elusive, yet influential 18 to 24-year-old demographic, which made it attractive to advertisers. The network launched Road Rules, which would best be described as the Real World on wheels, and it began scaling back music videos in favor of reality programming. MTV would produce almost 20 of the Real World seasons within the next 15 years. Participants in the second season were nearly as average as the first, but the roommates seemed to become thinner and prettier with each new cast. Eventually, the standard women were a size 2 or 4, often buxom. More than a handful would go on to pose in Playboy. The men were chiseled Adonises, easy on the eyes and a little dangerous. Originally a bunch of bike messengers and inspiring artists, the Real World actors became fashion models or aspiring actors in following seasons. One participant even admitted that the experience would look good on her acting reel. The first Real World season was like the average college dorm, highlighted by late night political discussion, awkward conversations, and occasional partying. A decade later, during season 12, roommates had a threesome in the first episode in the MTV provided hot tub. Defending their questionable behavior on the show, cast members would later suggest MTV encouraged them to act wild on camera. The network kept a steady open bar in the house and at every club they visited. Some claim the MTV crew would pull them aside and ask probing, passive aggressive questions off camera, such as, "We hear John says he likes the Confederate flag. How does that make you feel?" CBS producers fueled antagonism with participants on Survivor, the first major situation based reality television show. Launched in May 2000, the series threw a dozen people on a deserted island. Each person was forced to find food and participate in physical tribal challenges. People would get voted off the island, one, by other contestants. The last person standing received a $1 million cash prize. Like the Real World's first season, Survivor's participants had to feel their way through different new situations. For instance, how do you cook a rat you just caught? Or more pointedly, is that a rat you just caught? On some level, the audience knew the island wasn't deserted, and there were obviously cameras everywhere, and perhaps even that there were hamburgers, hot dogs, and other traditional modern foods on the island, since the cameraman, the light guy, and the host, Jack Probus, and other CBS crew had to eat too. Millions of viewers seemed happy to suspend disbelief. It became the number one program on regular television. In the Nintendo age, we expect our televised entertainment to take a new form, a series of competitive tests growing more challenging over time. Steven Johnson writes in Everything Bad is Good for You. Soon there were programs like ABC's Joe Millionaire, where women would compete to marry who they thought was a rich stranger, to NBC's Fear Factor, in which people would win prizes by successfully eating live scorpions, bungee jumping off a cliff, and other dares. Big Brother put several people in an isolated, cramped house and voted the most annoying people out. The Swan took several so-called ugly ducklings and paid for a total makeover, including extensive plastic surgery. The most improved would get a prize. Reality shows cost anywhere from a quarter to half as much to produce as scripted shows. Michael Hirschhorn, VH1 Executive Vice President of Original Programming and Production, acknowledged in the Atlantic Monthly. Even television programmers see the genre as a kind of visual hamburger helper, cheap filler that saves them money they can use elsewhere for more worthy programming. Hamburger Helper would eventually become more than a fifth of all TV programming. Following Survivor's model, most would feature a bunch of competitive strangers that are confined to a limited area and are slowly picked off week after week. And like the Real World, any season 2 participants would be more aware than the previous bunch, more aware of the cameras, the limelight, and of the repercussions. It wasn't necessarily about reality anymore, but about watching beautiful people in simulated situations and observing them as one might a hamster on a well greased wheel. Will Wright released his people simulations, The Sims, in February 2000, about 3 months before Survivor first aired. According to the book Smart Bomb, Wright once sat down and talked to a group of 12-year-olds about the game. The first question they asked was if you could kill your character. The question didn't disturb the lanky, brilliant designer at all. Wright says the kids were doing the most natural thing in the world, trying to intuit the boundaries of the possibilities space they were given. That's a kid's job, he says. Wright's previous game was Sim Ant. The Sims is a simple game. You create a human character, or sim, which can be made into your or someone else's likeness, or into a random imaginary person. You can take a prefab home or design an original house using a basic toolkit. Your sim is then plopped into an imaginary house in American suburbia alongside other computer-controlled sims that play your neighbors. The game is spent making sure your sim is happy by maintaining its 8 ratings: bladder, comfort, energy, fun, hunger, hygiene, room, and social. While it is possible to complete pointed tasks in minigames, there is no end to The Sims. Your little person is living a life. It is always there. There are two early inspirations for The Sims. The first was Tamagotchi, a children's toy released by Japanese game developer Bandai in 1996. It was a small locket with a digital display of an egg. When you turn on the device for the first time, it hatches. Most of them resemble a rat with big ears. As owner of a brand new Tamagotchi, your job was to press a button and feed the baby whenever it became hungry, which, on average, is every half an hour. It also slept. Millions of Tamagotchis were sold, bootleg or otherwise. The second inspiration for The Sims was a generally forgotten Commodore 64 game, Raid on Bungling Bay, which was Wright's first title. In the action game, you fly a clunky helicopter over pixelated terrain and try to destroy everything that moves. It was a minor hit. Wright admits that Raid on Bungling Bay was a quote, dumb game. Like many game creators, he made design software so that he could produce new Raid on Bungling Bay levels quickly. He'd shuffle the pre-made tiles around, laying down bridges, buildings, and bodies of water where he pleased. This part was fun, he thought, later telling the New Yorker he was more interested in creating the buildings on the island than in blowing them up. After studying several books on urban dynamics, Wright created a city simulator based on his game design tool. You can make buildings, organize city power, and strategically map residential and commercial districts. But you also had to monitor crime, watch the city budget, and keep the populace happy. He had a natural disaster icon that featured a giant fire-breathing lizard. And unlike most video games, you could play as long as you liked. There was no end. Broderbund, the publisher of Raid on Bungling Bay, said it didn't see the point in a game you couldn't beat. It passed. 2 years later, Wright met Jeff Braun, a Silicon Valley entrepreneur, and showed him what would be now called SimCity. The two started their own company, Maxis, and released the game in 1989. The company was based in Braun's apartment. Through word of mouth, Maxis' SimCity became a cult favorite and spawned several back-to-back sequels, including SimCity 2000, SimEarth, and SimAnt. Electronic Arts purchased Maxis and gave Wright $17 million worth of EA shares for his portion of the company. The Sims is a natural extension of SimCity. What happens when you zoom in on a group of people within a bustling city you control? It was a microcosm of the macrocosm. Wright pored over sociological theories such as Maslow's hierarchy, the theory that human needs can be prioritized in a 5-step pyramid: physiological, safety, love/belonging, esteem, and self-actualization. And books like E.O. Wilson's The Ants. In an average day in the game, not in real life, your sim will wake up at a reasonable time in the morning, unless he or she had a late night out, in which case you need to wake your sim at a reasonable time yourself. It will then just stand there. If it has priorities adjusted towards, say, partying, it may walk over to the billiards table and play a game of pool. Not that there is anything wrong with that at 6 a.m. More than likely, however, after 8 hours of sleep or a long night of drinking, your sim will have to go to the bathroom. It subtly begins jumping up and down, sometimes holding its crotch. You move the cursor to the bathroom. You did build a bathroom in the house, didn't you? And tell the sim to walk there. It moves. Once it gets there, you click on the new option, Use Bathroom. It pulls down its pants and squats in the toilet, the details covered in a fuzzy blur. After a minute or two, the sim gets up, turns around, and flushes the toilet. You click on the sink, and the sim will wash its hands. The sim is messy, so usually you'll find several water spots on the tiled floor. You should find the closet, tell the sim to walk there, click on the mop, tell the sim to walk back to the bathroom, and then click on the appropriate wet tile squares, roughly 10 pixels across, for the sim to mop them up. Your sim could slip and fall and die if you're not careful with that. What makes The Sims so popular is its dogged adherence to the minutiae of substance, and that's where we're supposed to feel the realism. Chuck Klosterman wrote, in Sex, Drugs, and Cocoa Puffs, a low culture manifesto. He dedicated a whole chapter to the game. The Sims make the unconscious conscious, but not in an existential Zen way. The Sims forces you to think about how even free people are eternally enslaved by the process of living. Suddenly, I had to remember to go to the bathroom, and I had to plan to take a shower. And I thought I needed to do all those things in reality. The thoughts scarcely crossed my mind unless I'm plugged into the game. It was released on the PC in 2000, the year that situation based reality television began, and it was an instant hit. In short time, EA followed up with The Sims Living Large, The Sims Hot Date, The Sims House Party, The Sims Online, The Sims Deluxe, The Sims Unleashed, The Sims Vacation, The Sims, Sony PlayStation 2, Microsoft Xbox, and Nintendo GameCube editions, The Sims Superstar, The Sims Busting Out, The Sims Making Magic, The Herbs, Sims in the City, Sims University, Sims Nightlife, Sims Open for Business, and Sims Seasons. The Sims 2 came out too. The Sims and its spin-offs sold 85 million copies, making it the top-selling commercial video game of all time. Hundreds, if not thousands, of players designed personal websites for their Sims. Day-in-the-life diaries, later called blogs, wedding web pages, and when animals were introduced to the series, pet sites. Time magazine found one player who liked to recreate real-life interpersonal relationships in the game to see how things would play out. Other players would set up torture scenarios, like having their sim eat several meals and then trap them in the closet and have them piss or shit on themselves and pass out from exhaustion on the feces covered floor. Homemade sim videos would be passed around the internet. Time magazine noted, in the hands of the legions of devotees, the game has become an expressive language they can use to tell stories about their own lives. Despite dozens of sequels and spin-offs, the Sims games remained focused on mundane tasks. Wright only provided blank characters that users could project their own values, prejudices, and issues onto. He discussed his game, his experiment, in Smart Bomb. It got to the point where I surf the fan sites every day and download cool things the fans have created, which is really ironic in a way, because now it's the fans out there that are entertaining us, the developers, with their creations. Reality programming unfolds in the most artificial of environments, but they nonetheless possess an emotional authenticity that's responsible for much of their appeal. Stephen Johnson says in Everything Bad is Good for You. At the peak moments when Joe Millionaires reveals his true construction worker identity, when a contestant gets kicked off the island late in the Survivor series, the camera zooms in on the crestfallen face of the unlucky contestant. What you see for a few fleeting seconds is something you almost never see in primetime entertainment, a display of genuine emotion written on someone's face. The thrill of it is the thrill of something real and unplanned bursting out in the most staged and sterile of places, like a patch of wildflowers blooming in a parking lot. When Electronic Arts released The Sims Online, the internet itself had arguably reached its tipping point. In its early years, consumers logged on at hyperspeed. U.S. households online soared from zero to about 50% in 6 years, wrote Businessweek magazine. PCs took 18 years to reach the same penetration. The average modem speed was 56 kilobytes per second, or 56K, at least twice as fast as when the Sierra network launched years earlier. Visually and structurally complex video games can now be played over the internet now that information was passed faster between computers. America Online, AOL, which purchased the Sierra network years earlier, was now by far the largest internet service provider. The first major online role-playing game was 3DO's Meridian 59, released in 1995. A sword and sorcery game, Meridian 59 is essentially a visual version of the classic Dungeons and Dragons inspired text adventures like Mud. The designers reportedly established the term massively multiplayer online role-playing game, or MMORPG. It won several industry awards, but became a cult classic rather than an outright hit. Electronic Arts' first foray into MMORPGs was Ultima Online in 1997. The creator was Richard Garrott, the same designer who made a fortune with his small company Origin in the early 1980s. After his hit Akalabeth, World of Doom, Garrett started a popular series of role-playing games called Ultima. Ultima Online would be an internet-enabled version of the long-standing world, Britannia. It would have its own currency, economy, and weather. The non-player characters, or NPCs, included barnyard animals and gruesome monsters, would have their own artificial intelligence. It would be a fully functional online world. It garnered more than 250,000 subscribers. The first time I visited Britannia, I went as Gunrun, a young archer, journalist Elizabeth Colbert wrote in The New Yorker. I gave her a peaches and cream complexion, blonde pigtails, and a not very medieval miniskirt. Not long after Gunrun arrived in the kingdom, she met Dark Wolf. Dark Wolf was wearing a red robe and carrying a long sword. He brought Gunrun some shoes and also a suit of leather armor, which, when she put it on, turned out to be a tight-fitting affair halfway between a cuirass and a bustier. It was unclear to me whether Dark Wolf was expressing simple fellow feeling for Gunrun or something harder to satisfy. Colbert's article was titled Pimps and Dragons. In the book Sex and Video Games, Garrett said sex-related services began in the game immediately after it went live. Two people had logged into the game, and one person was pimping for the other, who would then lead people into a storeroom along the docks where they hung out and ooh and ah at the John. The game supported no depictions of sex, but the players' demand was clearly present, and they engineered their own solution. Any of the 250,000 players could pass the docks, and if they wanted to, stop and watch. Chapter 6 Closets. On the night of March 11th, 2000, a group of fraternity guys were drunk and angry. They had spent 2 hours watching the Ellen DeGeneres produced lesbian drama If These Walls Could Talk Too, and had not seen any, quote, hot lesbian sex. In a non sequitur that will become typical of Saturday Night Live, one of the frat boys, played by comedian Jimmy Fallon, said he had a genie that could grant him 3 wishes. He used the first 2 wishes on important things, like turning a small beer keg into a larger beer keg, and then decides to make a last wish to make 2 lesbians appear in the room and start making out. He asks that the women be unaware that they are watching. His wish is granted, and 2 women appear on the bed, but they immediately realize something is wrong. Both women are homely looking, wearing heavy flannel clothing and homemade cut-off shorts, and the hair on their legs seems longer than the hair on their heads. The frat starts to complain to the genie, but she explains that the wish cannot be taken back. The lesbians embrace. One lover licks the other lover's face. A frat boy puts his head behind the couch and starts vomiting. Another one starts crying something to the effect of, "These aren't real lesbians." A third shouts, "This thing is giving me a hard off." A few years earlier, Ellen DeGeneres decided that the character she played in her popular ABC sitcom, Ellen, will come out of the closet. In other words, the character, also named Ellen, would reveal she was gay. DeGeneres herself had not publicly discussed her own sexuality, despite rumors that she was a lesbian. Outing her self-named sitcom character would out her in the process. A year before, the Walt Disney Company purchased the American Broadcast Company. Executives at the parent company were against DeGeneres' idea. Once word leaked of the potential episode, ABC affiliates across the Bible Belt said they would not air the show. Longtime advertisers bailed. In the end, ABC executives decided to do the episode. Times have changed, CNN said of the heavily watched episode. ABC lost $1 million in advertising revenue when the 30-something show depicted 2 gay men in bed. 7 years later, there were sponsors for Ellen. They reportedly paid more than $300,000 for each 30-second spot. Time gave DeGeneres the cover. It read, "Yep, I'm gay." One of the most critically noted movies at the time was Bound, a bloody crime caper starring an effeminate, busty character played by Jennifer Tilly and a hard-driving plumber played by Gina Gershon. They were lovers in the film. Several cultural critics wrote about the sexual tension in Thelma and Louise, the Gina Davis and Susan Sarandon movie in which two women kill a rapist, but found the lesbian undercurrent symbolic, not literal. Catherine Trammell, Sharon Stone's character in Basic Instinct, kissed her lesbian girlfriend throughout the film, but Trammell herself was a bisexual. Basic Instinct focused on the dynamics between her and the male lead, Michael Douglas. There were only two leads in 1996's Bound, lesbians Violet and Corky. Andy and Larry Wachowski, who would later write and direct The Matrix, even hired expert Susie Bright as their on-site sex consultant. Bound is about the lovers' plan to steal $2 million from Violet's mafia boyfriend, Caesar. Corky is ex-con, a former professional thief, which is why Violet asked for her help. They only know each other from a one-night stand the night before. Corky explains her reservations to Violet. For me, stealing has always been a lot like sex. Two people who want the same thing. They get in a room, they talk about it, they start to plan. It's kind of like flirting. It's kind of like foreplay, because the more they talk about it, the wetter they get. Corky gives a sly smile and readjusts in her seat. The only difference is I can fuck someone I just met. But to steal, I need to know someone like I know myself. Violet coaxes her into getting involved, but the plan goes awry, and Caesar catches them, traps them in his bedroom, and ties them up in heavy rope. The mobster points his gun at Corky. He interrogates her on the location of the money. Then he demands to know how she stole his woman. Everyone knows you can't be trusted. Fucking queers. You make me sick. What did you do to her, huh? He is practically salivating. What did you fucking do to her? That's not my Violet. He turns and points the gun at his girlfriend. What did she do to you? Violet looks at him coolly. Everything you couldn't. Caesar leans back, lets out a heavy sigh, and turns his back to them. Caesar has murdered several people to find out where his money is, including a mafia boss. But at this point, he seems ready to give up. The gun may as well have been shooting blanks. Corky had to be the kind of woman who everyone in the theater would be dying to go to bed with, Susie Bright later wrote in her book Mommy's Little Girl. Violet, on the other hand, couldn't be just any straight girl on the drift. She had to be a femme diva, as calculating and as sensual as a cat. In the first scene of 2001's video game Fear Effect 2, Retro Helix, Hannah, a curvy, short-haired brunette, is entering what looks like a pay-by-the-hour motel. The camera zooms in on her behind, taking in her semi-translucent black negligee and white thong panties. She slinks towards the Johns, sitting at the bed's edge. He is blond and buff and wears a childish, ear-to-ear grin. Hannah moves in front of the nameless man and slowly begins to take off her dark nightie. The room dims. Later that evening, Hannah walks into the bathroom, looks down at her lover in the bathtub. He is now dead, his lifeless body bobbing in the bloody water. She noticed that he's wearing the same grin on his face, which makes her smile. She has to ask, so, was it worth dying for? Stanley Liu, creator of the Fear Effect series, was raised in Hong Kong. To make sure he blended in with other boys, his father let him drink beer at age 4 and gave him cigarettes as a teenager. When you take away the taboo of things, it becomes a non-issue, Liu would later say. In 1988, the Chinese government would create the movie rating system, the highest being Sai Chai, or Category 4, equal to an X rating. Liu was in Hong Kong in the late 60s and early 70s, well before the more liberal ratings. He wouldn't see his first porn movie until he was 16, when he came to America. When I was in Hong Kong, there was no such thing as a XXX movie. The law said they couldn't show intercourse or nothing below the waist, something like that. The worst I saw were some breast shots, he said. They were very restrictive, very conservative with sex. He says his viewpoint was further complicated by religious views. My parents were hardcore Buddhists. However, I was sent to a British Catholic school through most of my young adult life. I grew up with this clash of Chinese superstition and Western Catholicism in my head. I remember vividly how we had to burn offerings to our ancestors in July and make Sunday Mass at the same time. Lou attended the Art Center of Southern California to study digital graphic art. After graduating, he did cinematic effects for major video game companies like Origin, the creator of the popular role-playing series Ultima, and Sierra, of Leisure Suit Larry fame. He did not work with the Aloe series. Lou then pooled his resources and started his own game company, Kronos Digital Entertainment. The small boutique developer would make games other publishers would distribute. Japanese publisher Vic Tokai sold its first title, the 3D fighting game Criticom, in late 1995. It followed up with Dark Rift. Dark Rift is a product of Kronos, the same company responsible for the abysmal PlayStation fighter Criticom, the website GameSpot wrote. While Dark Rift isn't a sequel, the lackluster fighting contained on the cart might as well have been culled from the same mythical realm called Criticom 2. On the upside, Dark Rift isn't quite as bad as Criticon. It received a 5 out of 10. Most major reviewers echoed GameSpot's opinions, though some thought the graphics in Dark Rift were impressive. All the while, Lou dreamt of creating an aggressive, gun-happy animated movie similar to the popular Asian action flicks he grew up watching. He was a big fan of John Woo, the Hong Kong director of Hard Boiled, The Killer, and other violent, critically acclaimed action movies. Lou and his business partner, John Soo Patton, talked about paying homage to anime, a Japanese style that usually focused on surreal settings, strong female protagonists, and violent resolutions. One of the most famous was 1988's Akira. Lou's movie would star a group of ruthless Western bounty hunters led by a headstrong femme fatale named Hana. Their exploits would lead them straight into a mythological Chinese hell. The whole concept of hell and life after death was always an interesting philosophical mind twister to me, Lou said in an interview. When I came up with the concept and the backstory for Fear Effect, I was like, therapy. Fear Effect for the Sony PlayStation, the PS1, would balance highly challenging action-adventure levels with anime-inspired animated shorts called cutscenes. Lou wanted to blend the player-controlled portions with the cutscenes well enough so that the two would almost be indistinguishable. Previous home games like Tecmo's Ninja Gaiden had an obvious distinction between the interactive and the cinematic. Arcade games like Cinematronic's classic Dragon Lair were smooth, but required expensive hardware to run. We had to make sure that the cinematics and gameplay were seamless, Lou said. I mean, the label interactive movie is a death sentence. The last notable interactive movie was Sega's Night Trap, a 1992 game that used digital footage. It featured several teenage girls having a slumber party discussing boys and other important matters, while vampires, who resemble men with stockings on their heads, quietly hunt down the girls with what looks to be a long drill. Your job is to defend the helpless women. Press a button at the right time would show a vampire being caught in one of the many set traps, while bad timing would show pre-recorded footage of girls being subdued in some angry PG level way. The girls tended to disperse. To do the job right, you have to constantly watch footage of the women from hidden cameras stationed in every room. Night Trap had no nudity, but the panty-raiding voyeurism created a minor controversy. One of the quote-unquote teenagers featured was Dana Plato, the actress who played Kimberly Drummond on the 80s sitcom Different Strokes. That same year, she would star in Bikini Beach Race, a porn with Ron Jeremy. Quality issues aside, Lou realized that home game system technology had advanced since Night Trap. The Sony PS1 used high-memory CDs instead of low-memory cartridges, which allowed programmers to include visuals less grainy than in Night Trap. Fear Effect could have more storage space to showcase the game world. Developers could also spread the game across multiple CDs, something not possible with cartridges. Kronos determined Fear Effect would span 4 separate discs, one for each of the game's worlds. Also in Kronos' favor was the competitor's title, Resident Evil, Capcom's zombie horror series, which balanced B-movie thrills with action sequences, would eventually sell more than 24 million copies. It even coined a new game genre, survival horror. While not as visually stunning as the game Lou proposed, Resident Evil proved that a great story could be told while still keeping the gameplay style. Kronos talked with potential Fear Effect distributors, including Tomb Raider publisher Eidos. It was an uphill battle. I even had to convince some of our in-house people that the game was viable, Lou said. I remember being in the boardroom after the Eidos presentation of the first game, and afterwards, the president looked me straight in the eye and said, "How much of this is just cool in your head, Stan?" Eidos eventually did give Kronos a deal and released Fear Effect in February 2000. One review read, "From now of nowhere, it seems, comes Kronos, who hasn't made a single game that's worth owning until today. Fear Effect won't knock Resident Evil off the survival horror map, but it takes the Resident Evil formula and prods and pushes it into new shapes and directions like a kid with Play-Doh." One major point of interest was Fear Effect's domineering leader, Hannah. She wore tight, revealing outfits throughout the game. In interviews, Lou was often asked if there was a code you can punch in to play Hannah nude, an understandable question with the rumors that a similar was available for another Eidos game, Tomb Raider. Lou said no. You get to see Hannah in her bare minimum quite a bit throughout the game. For me, it is more interesting to see her in different sexy outfits than it is to see her in her raw, exposed nakedness. We got some very interesting costume design for her next endeavor. Rest assured, there'll be plenty left for the imagination. An unprecedented success, Kronos immediately went to work on a Fear Effect sequel. The team knew it wanted to add more of whatever made the original a hit. More background story, more violence, more sex appeal. Kronos used new graphic techniques to get more visual detail out of the aging PS1 system. It gave the sequel an easier learning curve to make it more accessible than the original, and provided 13 possible endings to the game based on what decisions you made. Hannah also got a lover. Her name was Rain. A lot of subject matters, like homosexuality, are brought up in our game not to shock, piss off, or offend anyone, but to look and talk about it. Video games are a great medium, and now that many game players are grown up adults, to restrict it is such a waste. So Hannah's sexual preference wasn't made to put people into shock, but because it fit her character, Lou said. In one cutscene, the two bounty hunters need to assassinate someone, but first they must distract the building guards to use the secret elevator. After a quick discussion, Hannah grabs her busty blonde companion and starts making out with her in the small shaft. Hannah begins to peel her tight green party dress off, but stops just before getting naked. She wags a free finger at the camera. "Sorry, boys, this is private," she says, tossing her dress over the surveillance equipment to block the view. Two male guards are watching in the camera room. "Damn, should we kick him out?" one asks. "No way," the other replies. "Maybe the dress will fall off." In an early action sequence, Rain is being taken hostage by a multi-tentacled alien. The monster has stolen Rain's clothes and strapped her into 4-point restraints located in his laboratory. The scene is similar to Jabba the Hutt capturing Princess Leia and dressing her in a metal bikini in Return of the Jedi. In the battle, you use Hannah to fight the alien while Rain resists and squirms, struggling against the cold metal restraints, wearing nothing more than bra and panties. Originally, we heard a tone-it-down speech from Eidos because Walmart wouldn't carry Fear Effect 2 Retro Helix if it was too explicit, Lou recalled. "I'd say by mid-production, though, we said screw it, and it stayed. We have a little touching and such, but it all fits in the story." Eidos began an extensive Fear Effect 2 Retro Helix print campaign in winter 2000, the same year it started promoting the fourth Tomb Raider game, The Last Revelation. In the 2-page spread, Rain is straddling Hannah, and Hannah is lying on her stomach, reading a magazine called Big Guns. They are both in their underwear. Referring to Fear Effect 2's multiple endings, the caption reads, "No one's surprised the story is capable of 13 climaxes." GamePro magazine refused to run the ad, as did other publications with a younger skewing readership. Eidos provided them with a more acceptable ad. The original ad had no explicit nudity, just light touching and innuendos, but they had a problem with the word climax, Lou said. "We have another ad where Hannah and Rain are in regular clothing that says, 'These two ladies put the ass in assassin,' and that one's okay." Men's magazines like Stuff happily ran the original ad. The hipster sex magazine Nerve profiled the Fear Effect women in a photo spread, guns drawn, along with quotes from Lou about the elevator makeout scene. Playboy.com did an article on the advertising controversy. Eidos provided different Fear Effect 2 ads based on the country. The Italian ad was similar to the American's censored one, with the text, "Don't let us play on our own." The German advertisement had Hannah and Rain partially naked, giving each other a hug as they looked at the reader. Rain is wearing virgin white bra and panties, while Hannah is clad in the same black nightie and white thongs she wore in the game's murderous cutscene introduction. The women have guns in their hand. A caption reads, in big brown letters, "Stel der vor, der Hase Uze und en Pumpgun und en Verda gun Ash." Roughly, imagine you have an Uzi and a shotgun and a damned hot ass. Eidos released Fear Effect 2 Retro Helix for the PlayStation 1 in February 2001, a year after the original game. It received excellent ratings. The Tough magazine Next Gen made Fear Effect 2 the featured review of the month, giving it 4.5 out of 5 stars. Critics said graphically it pushed the Sony PS1 as far as it could go. 3 months earlier, in November 2000, Sony launched the advanced PlayStation 2, or PS2. Kronos began working on Fear Effect 3 Inferno for the new system. The PS2 will allow bigger games because it used DVDs instead of CDs, similar to how CDs were a big leap from cartridges. The first two games raised a lot of questions we plan to wrap up in Part 3, Lou said in a 2001 interview. A lot of technical problems came because the first two games had to be on 4 CDs. So with Fear Effect 3 being on DVD, we hope to not have much constraint. Kronos and Eidos attended the Electronic Entertainment Expo, the largest American video game conference, to show a 2-minute collage of cutscenes from the upcoming game. In one scene, Hannah is running down the hallway of an asylum while being chased by aggressive hospital guards. They trap her in a corner and pull out a needle, presumably filled with medicine that will sedate her. In a panic, Hannah scratches one of the guards, and his whole face falls off, revealing bloody muscles and long fangs. She manages to escape into an elevator, and as she takes a deep breath, the elevator walls begin to ooze blood. The preview showed a level of gore well beyond anything in the first two games. The following year, Fear Effect Inferno was a no-show at the annual gaming conference. Eidos tells the press that the game is on hold at the current time. In short time, Eidos says the project is indefinitely postponed. Stanley Liu and his company Kronos were no longer available for comment. Calls to the offices were answered by a disconnected phone line message. Several sources say that the members of Kronos went their separate ways, and all game-related assets had been destroyed. Eccentric movie director Uwe Boll, best known for his 2003 flop based on Sega's House of the Dead, bought the film rights and TV rights to Fear Effect. Fear Effect is a fantastic game with a dark story, he said in a press release. I want to create an action film in the vein of Charlie's Angels, but portray its sexy heroines, Hannah and Rain, in a much edgier fashion. In 2000, Showtime Cable Channel started Queer as Folk, the first major gay soap opera. Will and Grace, an NBC comedy about a gay man and his straight female friend, was a top 5 primetime hit. MTV launched the gay-focused cable channel Logo. Another new basic cable channel, Bravo, began several gay-friendly shows, including Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, a makeover program where 5 gay men help a hapless straight man improve his couture, grooming, decorating, cooking, and social skills. The so-called Fab Five appeared on the cover of Entertainment Weekly, cut an official single and video for its theme song, All Things Just Keep Getting Better, and perhaps in the biggest pop cultural measurement at the time, were parodied on the satirical cartoon South Park. Showtime launched the lesbian drama The L Word, which became another hit for the network. Unlike most pornographic films and mainstream movies, these programs were not created or written by straight males, but by people intimately familiar with the cultures. Based on the Nielsen ratings and cable data, millions of Americans were watching gay and lesbian-focused shows, letting a previously unknown subculture into their living room as easily as they observed the 4 straight single women on the HBO's popular Sex and the City. By the time Fear Effect 3 was lost in indefinite postponement, websites such as gaygamer.net were representing the gay and lesbian video game community. Players were affectionately called gamers, with a Y. A Nottingham Trent University study at the time found that 50% of male gamers and 68% of female gamers preferred to create game avatars or online personas of the opposite sex. Women to avoid, quote, unsolicited male approaches, and men because they found themselves being treated better by other male players. Just a decade earlier, Nintendo refused to allow Capcom to release its seminal arcade brawler Final Fight on its Super Nintendo system. In the fighting game, you beat up drunk out street urchins, mafia bosses, and crooked cops. You also defend yourself against two women, Roxy and Poison. Depending on the version of the game, the two sisters have long pink or purple hair, tiny cut-off shorts, and half t-shirts that barely hold their breasts. Handcuffs hang from their shorts. Their tight t-shirts rise when you hit them. According to Game Over, Nintendo's battle to dominate video games, the game company told Capcom abuse against women was against its content policies. Capcom told Nintendo that Roxy and Poison weren't always women. They were transgender. It was released on the Super Nintendo in 1991, sans Roxy and Poison. A rare home port for the Sega CD reportedly has the sisters. Later Capcom games would feature them in less revealing attire. The topic was discussed enough for Street Fighter IV producer Yoshinori Ono to explain Poison's gender years later. In North America, Poison is officially a post-op transsexual, but in Japan, she simply tucks her business away in order to look like a girl. Atari, which now only released games, not systems, published Dungeons & Dragons: The Temple of Elemental Evil. Based on the popular pen and paper games of the 1970s, The Temple of Elemental Evil was a role-playing title geared towards hardcore gamers. At one point in an otherwise straightforward game, you and your merry party of men meet a slave named Bertram. The slave says that if you can defeat his master, he will pay you by marrying a male party member. Beat Bertram's master, and you're treated to a wholesome same-sex marriage ceremony. And Elemental Evil isn't the only place where gamers can find gay romance, tech journalist Clive Thompson wrote on the website Slate. Players of LucasArts Star Wars discover that while playing a female Jedi, they get hit on by another female Jedi. Later this year, virtual gay wedlock will hit the mainstream when The Sims 2, the long-awaited sequel to the most popular PC game of all time, allows marriages between same-sex Sims. The Sims 2 became the first major American video game to allow gay marriages. The series has always allowed gay couples. There were no press releases, no special The Sims Gay Edition. You just made your Sim flirt with someone of the same sex and build a relationship from there. The inclusion of gay relationships in The Sims and other games will reflect the Will and Grace effect, said Wired sex and technology critic Regina Lynn. For the majority of the gamer generation, there's nothing more provocative, political, or puerile about homosexuality in The Sims. It's simply no big deal. This may have been easier to swallow since The Sims had no on-screen sex. Later editions, such as The Sims Hot Date, introduced heavy petting. When the internet connected The Sims Online was released, the gay magazine The Advocate wrote down that the game had the potential to bust down anti-gay barriers all around the globe. When The Advocate asked one of the game designers about the inclusion, he responded that our decision was not to put artificial limits on behavior. We're here to make games, not push any moral agenda, so allowing gay Sims seemed like a no-brainer. The first major moment in online gay gaming didn't happen with the Sims people, however, but among elves and orcs. While The Sims Online came and went, 100 players gathered in a major virtual city, put on their digital pink shirts, and staged the first virtual gay pride parade in World of Warcraft, the largest massive multiplayer online role-playing game, MMORPG. The parade was prompted by Sarah Andrews, a transgender woman from Nashville. She wanted to create an LGBT-friendly, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender club within the World of Warcraft universe. Anti-gay slurs tended to fly faster under the anonymity of a computer screen. It was not unusual for established virtual worlds to have gay-friendly cliques for camaraderie playing. World of Warcraft developer Blizzard Entertainment told Andrews she couldn't create the club, and if she used the LGBT acronym within the game, her World of Warcraft account would be canceled. In a later statement, Blizzard said its goal was to, quote, promote a positive game environment for everyone and help prevent harassment from taking place. Lambda Legal Defense, America's biggest LGBT rights organization, joined Sarah's cause. Lambda announced a potential lawsuit. World of Warcraft players organized a gay pride parade, and Blizzard retracted its decision all in about 3 weeks. In the first 2 years, more than 6 million players joined World of Warcraft, and in those 700 days, Blizzard's duty switched from providing fresh dungeons and monsters to managing the social dynamics of a world more popular than Los Angeles. After the Pink Parade, the legal threat, and the bad press, Blizzard Entertainment called the club rejection a misunderstanding and said it would give more sensitivity training to the online game managers, the modern day dungeon masters, monitoring the everyday happenings of the virtual world. Talking to the San Francisco Bay Times, a Blizzard spokesperson told people not to expect a miracle. We can't do everything, she said. It's a very big world. The Grand Theft Auto Era, 2001 to 2007. Grand Theft Auto's impact on new millennium culture is astonishing, especially when you realize the game is quite old. The first version came out in 1997. It took iterations, a graphic update, and a mountain of controversy to ascend to 2000's landmark Grand Theft Auto 3. Mentioning Tomb Raider leads to only one thought, the curvy Lara Croft. But bringing up Grand Theft Auto unravels a complete world of car sex with prostitutes, virtual blowjobs from in-game girlfriends, and now illegal pornographic diversions uncovered like hidden gems. The louder the protests from Senator Hillary Clinton, conservative lawyer Jack Thompson, and other public figures, the more real this game world will become. Now they were debating the politics of virtual sex work as if at some town hall meeting. Grand Theft Auto also served as a wonderful precursor to the, quote, real online hookups happening in the game-inspired virtual worlds like Second Life, though in these cases there was actually another human at the other end. From a player's standpoint, however, the sexual Turing test didn't seem to matter. You had a virtual fuck buddy either way. The point is driven home when, in 2004, Playboy starts an annual spread of naked video game characters. The longtime cultural trendsetter of male sexual norms is now leading on Microsoft, Sony, and Rockstar Games to tell them what is sexy. In the Grand Theft Auto era, games are no longer mimicking other mediums. Games are shaping them.
Frankenstein. The 9/11 attacks on September 11, 2001, crushed 4 planes, 2 skyscrapers, 1 government building, and 3,000 lives. But the terrorist run served an equally paralyzing blow to our creative expression. On September 29th, New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani opened Saturday Night Live, the 30-year-old comedy show known for its biting social commentary. Bracketed by real New York firefighters and policemen, Giuliani had a serious opening monologue declaring that New York was still, quote, open for business. But it will be weeks, if not months, before any Saturday Night Live skits actually referred to the suffocating smoke, dead bodies, and smoldering cinders still stewing down the street from its Manhattan studios. Sony cut a scene from its new movie Spider-Man because it featured a helicopter caught in the web between the Trade Center towers. The soon-to-be-released Arnold Schwarzenegger vehicle Collateral Damage was held for more than a year because it revolved around a skyscraper bomb plot. The New Yorker wrote that violent, explosive Hollywood blockbusters seemed strange after we watched a live show on 9/11 that was all too real. As America sifted through the psychological rubble, Rockstar Games released Grand Theft Auto 3, a dark, sexual, anarchistic fairy tale. It will become a lightning rod for our hopes and our fears in a way no other cultural expression on no other medium could be. The beginnings of Rockstar Games, and of Grand Theft Auto specifically, were humble. The series was created by a bespectacled, unassuming Scotsman named David Jones. As a teenager, he got a job working for Timex, which, in Western European countries, was known for its computers as well as its watches. Its Sinclair series, including the Sinclair ZX Spectrum and Sinclair ZX81, became the home computer standard across Europe in the mid-'80s, around the same time the IBM PC and Commodore 64 found popularity in the States. After 4 years, Jones left Timex and studied programming at the University of Abertay, Dundee in Scotland. He found he was a natural at it. "I wonder if I could design a decent computer game in all this spare time," he would later say. Jones started a small company, DMA Designs, and created 2 games. He sold the second one, Lemmings, to Psygnosis, a well-established European publisher. At Lemmings, you direct a group of absent-minded, half-blind rodents from one end of the screen to the other while protecting them from high cliffs, blazing fires, and other deadly dangers. Released in February 1991, Lemmings became one of the best-selling computer games of the decade. It was ported to roughly 24 different game systems. It was also true to the creator. The sadomasochistic setup, to keep or to not keep cute animals from killing themselves, was reflective of Jones' own dark humor. After the success of Lemmings, Jones expanded his development team and began working on a cops and robbers game called Race and Chase. The goal was to create a living, breathing city with moving subway cars, commuters going to work, and actual stoplights. It would have a 2D overhead view. DMA Designs successfully made a functional city, but decided to scrap most of the details that would be inconsequential to gameplay, such as the traffic lights. International music publisher BMG just launched an interactive entertainment arm and agreed to publish Race and Chase, but only if it got a visual overhaul. The game's flat, bird's-eye perspective didn't look as sophisticated as 3D games for Sony's new system, the PlayStation or the PS1. The team spent another 18 months recreating the now-dated 2D graphic engine from scratch. Though it kept the same viewpoint, DMA Designs used a special visual technique to give depth. In real life, if you're on a moving train and look out toward a forest, the trees nearest to you will appear to pass faster than those farther away. This, among other factors, shows you if an object is near or far. In Race and Chase, the design team would make rooftops, overhead bridges, and other high objects pass faster than the busy street action below. Parallax scrolling was popularized in 1989's Shadow of the Beast, a visually stunning action game released by Lemmings publisher Psygnosis. Not quite flat and not quite dynamic, designers would call Race and Chase Viewpoint 2D and a half. While reworking the graphic engine, the developers noticed a major design problem. "No one wanted to play the cops," Jones recalled. Team member Brian Bagalow added, "If traffic was heavy, you, as a cop, couldn't decide to drive on the sidewalk or plow through a busy park. We couldn't let the player do that and reward them. Instead, Race and Chase will reward you for being the best criminal possible. After answering a payphone in a public park, your nameless main character would get various assignments, such as driving the getaway car after a bank job or offing a disloyal gang member. You could also not answer the payphone and go on your own personal adventure, like stealing a car, running over a cop, or shooting up a neighborhood park. There were no consequences, sans a wanted meter that increased the police force after every criminal action. DMA Designs intended the game to be played in 5-minute intervals, not with an overarching story, so the traditional game goal of beating the game would be replaced by creating the most fulfilling, creative, and destructive experience within the environment. The city would be packed with pedestrians, abstract little bodies with big heads. Shooting, running over, or otherwise killing random individuals in a successive fashion earned you bonus points. Extra rewards would be given for cops and Hare Krishna members. It took DMA Designs several years to create the complicated graphics and the unusually open world. "I sat through heated design meetings which resulted in tears," Bagalow said in the later interview. "Screaming punches and arguments were common. The designers realized that the name Race and Chase didn't make sense now that everyone would play the bad guy. With a plethora of car stealing, they renamed it Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto was released in November 1997. It received solid reviews and gained a small cult following on the PC. The game did not create much controversy, likely because it came out after 2 other violent games, the aggressive racer Carmageddon and the bloody shootout Postal, and any critical mention of the title was usually evidence in the prosecution of these higher-profile games. The game company Take-Two acquired BMG Entertainment and supported a few spin-offs and a GTA sequel, but few innovations were added to the series. Jones created a few games for the new Nintendo 64 system, then sold DMA Designs to Take-Two and created a new company, Real-Time Worlds. He reportedly got a low six-figure amount for the DMA Design sale to Take-Two, which would be the last known time he would get a check from the Grand Theft Auto series. Prostitutes wouldn't come into the picture until Jones left the company. Dan and Sam Houser joined BMG in the late 90s. The two London brothers grew up in their father's jazz club and would stay up listening to vintage rap records in their bedrooms. Terry Donovan, a good friend of theirs, DJ'd for local techno clubs. His dad directed Robert Palmer's typically irresistible music video, which featured the middle-aged Brit in front of several pale, look-alike models wearing tight skirts and red lipstick, gyrating to his rhythm. Enamored with rockstar culture, the three friends got jobs at BMG Music. They found their brief stints in concert promotion and artist representation less than glamorous. Looking for a way out, the friends jumped to BMG's newly formed interactive entertainment division. One of the first proposals across their desk was Race and Chase. Dan the creative, Sam the visionary, and Terry the mouthpiece all loved the idea. BMG Entertainment was acquired by Take-Two, and Grand Theft Auto developer DMA Designs was rechristened Rockstar Games. Now based in New York, Rockstar Games would throw lavish, hip-hop-pumping launch parties, hold court in warehouses that could have easily had a rave party the night before. For the Grand Theft Auto 2 party, Rockstar reportedly required guests to dial a special line, leave their phone number, and, when called back, answer a random question. People were buying ecstasy pills branded with the Rockstar Games logo. Video game tastemakers openly laughed at the Rockstar crew. One major video game website wrote a scathing editorial, calling the Houser brothers and their marketing plan pretentious. People did not launch a new game with a Hollywood-style party in 1998. David Jones left around this time. The big party stopped. The friends stayed out of the public eye. Aside from occasional press releases, the public face of Rockstar went silent. Behind the scenes, Sam Houser would take a much bigger production role in the next Grand Theft Auto. Dan Houser co-wrote the script and developed a new, intricate storyline. They made heavy references to Scarface, Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, Casino, The Sopranos, Ice-T, and Ice Cube. You're still playing an anonymous thug, but the world of characters, from the Paul Sorvino-inspired mafioso boss to the overhyped gang leader, were equal to the average action movie. The characters themselves were voiced by Robert Loggia, Joe Pantoliano, and other Hollywood actors. Nearly 4 years after the original game, new 3D software made it easier for Rockstar to make the experience more realistic. Gamers were experiencing the new Grand Theft Auto on the ground, not from some distant helicopter view. The game would go into widescreen when you did particularly something cool. When transporting a prostitute to a john or planting a bomb underneath a truck, each mission would feel like it was a climactic scene. Grand Theft Auto 3 would make any player feel like a rock star in his own movie. Grand Theft Auto 3 was released on the PlayStation 2 on October 22, 2001, a few weeks after the September 11th attacks. Grand Theft Auto 3 became the subject of dozens of newspaper editorials, political discussions, and PTA, Parent-Teacher Association, meetings. Some argued that, like Doom, it was a virtual target practice for American kids. Rolling Stone and Time magazine discussed the impact of the game. Pop culturalists marvels that a video game could actually create social commentary. Game critics were equally surprised. As one GameSpot reviewer put it, "It's hard to believe that a game that has become an icon of the entire video game industry got its start from a primitive-looking and sounding 2D game." It quickly sold 1 million copies. This was well before the media caught wind of the virtual sex. Aside from 3 or so female characters woven in the plotline, the only women are the prostitutes that infiltrate the city's boulevards when the street lights turn on. Often dressed in miniskirts and halter tops, their curves filled with jagged digital polygons, the working women will catcall you from the curb if they like what you're driving. Stop your stolen car and honk the horn if you're interested. She looks around and, provided she decides she trusts you, will open the passenger side and hop in. You have to find a semi-secluded area, like a dirty alleyway by the trash can, or a dim place under one of the Brooklyn Bridge-inspired infrastructures. Things won't start right away once you get to a spot. You have to be patient for a second. You can't touch your joystick. Everything will go silent. Then, a barely perceptible squeak. The car starts to rock up and down. It sounds like a trapped mouse. The controller vibrates. The hero and his entertainment remain quiet throughout. The car then abruptly stops after one last, quick, upward pump. Money, one of your scores, goes down a few points, while your energy bar increases. She gets out of the car with her pay and walks away, not bothering to turn around or to further acknowledge your presence, as if trying to forget the last 15 seconds of her life. You could get the cash back by going after the prostitute and beating her to death, picking up the damp green digital money from her bloody body. Killing a series of working women might instigate a police chase, but beating one or two will rarely get their attention. By the end of 2001, as more people learned about the prostitution, the media analysis of Grand Theft Auto 3 shifted from violence to sex. The game sold even faster. No matter how gruesome the latest Nightmare on Elm Street, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, or Halloween may have been, viewers remain just that, viewers. Nothing in modern entertainment history equaled the power to destroy a like individual in a lifelike world with your own hands. Far more than books or movies or music, video games force you to make decisions. Steven Johnson writes, "And everything bad is good for you." No other pop cultural form directly engages the brain's decision-making apparatus in the same way. Unlike a film, no one else made the decision to kill off the prostitute. You did. Well after his departure, David Jones spoke at a video game convention and admitted that the original Grand Theft Auto wasn't meant to be a revolutionary game. GTA came from Pac-Man. The dots are the little people. There's me in my little yellow car, and the ghosts are policemen. Rockstar Games had just released Grand Theft Auto Vice City, a tongue-in-cheek ode to 80s Miami drug culture. The main characters wore acid-wash jean jackets and pink shirts with white suits. Actor Philip Michael Thomas, from the iconic show Miami Vice, played your sidekick. Grand Theft Auto carpeted the media. Grand Theft Auto parodies were done by South Park, The Chappelle Show, and other cultural barometers. It was anticipated, dissected, and analyzed as intensely as the latest Harry Potter book or a Star Wars movie. Politicians wanted to know what people were thinking. Parents wanted to know what their kids would be playing. Gamers wanted to know what the next level of interaction would be. Grand Theft Auto 3 had only been out for a year. Released in October 2002, Vice City spent the next year wrestling with Grand Theft Auto 3 for the #1 spot. Critics called Vice City a solid, not necessarily distinctive sequel to its predecessor, a Grand Theft Auto 3 upgrade with 80s varnish. Both games are selling millions of copies at $50 apiece. I think the video game industry was actually crying out for us, Terry Donovan told Wired. We don't make games about Puff Magic Dragon. Take-Two released two other major games, the Riot Simulator State of Emergency and the driving title Smuggler's Run. State of Emergency was released in the wake of several World Trade Organization riots, the most notable one being in Seattle, but sales dropped after the initial controversy. Smuggler's Run was a sleeper. The Security and Exchange Commission started investigating Take-Two for several grievances, including backdating stock options and overestimating profits. By the end of 2002, Rockstar stopped granting media interviews altogether. When it finally does release a statement, it says the company is working on Grand Theft Auto 4, an online multiplayer game, but a later statement says the next game isn't going to be multiplayer at all, but it will be based in California. The public silence didn't quiet the many detractors. The Playpen Gentlemen's Club in Los Angeles sued Rockstar Games for trademark violation because some of the in-game strip clubs were named Pigpen. They lost. Similarly, the Sex Workers Outreach Program issued a statement against the treatment of digital concubines. Censorship is a blight on the freedoms we hold dear. We wholeheartedly encourage citizens to vote with their dollars by refusing to purchase products which encourage the denigration and destruction of prostitutes. By then, the series had already sold about 30 million copies. Grand Theft Auto was arguably as large as any modern pop culture icon. So few protests or arguments against the series could realistically be to tear it down, but to raise the notoriety of the critics themselves. Politicians and organizations realized that, and with the persistent press coverage, any affiliation to Grand Theft Auto would help them get their voices heard. In 7 short years, Grand Theft Auto changed from a small lightning rod to a broadcast radio signal. Each game seemed to further push the envelope and court more controversy. In a 2004 interview, it was clear that Dr. Frankenstein had no idea where his monster would attack next. "Some of it does make you grimace," David Jones said. "It's like watching Goodfellas. There are some scenes when you ask yourself, did they really have to do that? How far will they go?"
Chapter 8 Boys. It is the night of the Academy Awards, and nominated writers Matt Stone and Trey Parker walk the red carpet. Stone, a thin, nerdy man in his late 20s, is wearing a peach spaghetti strap dress with additional fabric long enough to drape over his arms. It is based on the 1998 Academy Award winner Gwyneth Paltrow's dress, but on him the front sags low on his droopy, underdeveloped chest. Parker, his friend and fellow co-writer and co-creator of the show South Park, is wearing an imitation of Jennifer Lopez's previous Academy Award outfit, a seaweed green dress that creates an open V from the shoulders and exposes his patchy torso down to the belly button. He usually favors a young Bill Murray, but tonight, wearing a wig with long Lopez-inspired locks and ample lip gloss, he looks like a very hirsute woman. Nominated for Best Song from the South Park movie, the two friends had just launched South Park 3 years earlier, which itself is based on a 4-minute homemade short called The Spirit of Christmas. The film featured 2 school children who witness their friends get murdered by an evil, frosty-like snowman. The Rankin and Bass cartoon gone wrong ends with a battle between the snowman and baby Jesus. The infant eventually decapitates the snowman by tossing his boomerang-like halo. George Clooney and other Hollywood heavy hitters supposedly passed around the video among each other, and it caught the attention of Comedy Central. Stone and Parker were working at pizza chains at the time. They weren't the managers. The twosome used the South Park cartoon to parody Al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden and President George W. Bush, African famine, and the N-word, right-to-life icon Cherry Chavo, and Scientologist actor Tom Cruise, and any other controversial topic of the moment. Its closest competitor, Fox's The Simpsons, spent several months drawing each episode. South Park, with its relatively crude animation and simple visuals, was written, drawn, edited within a week. Stone and Parker were able to quickly address current events. The Terry Schiavo episode, which won them an Emmy, aired the week she died. It consistently drew more than 3 million viewers and became one of the most watched shows on television, surpassing Comedy Central's very popular The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. The audience seemed to connect with South Park and its fart jokes, offensive language, and racy content. America was going through a shift. The Latino population was growing almost exponentially, and because of heavy immigration and a history of having larger families, was expected to be the largest ethnic group within 2 decades. Affirmative action and more economic and educational opportunities put more African Americans and women in positions of power. In 2001, Colin Powell became the first African American Secretary of State, replacing Madeleine Albright, the first female one. That same year, Clarence Thomas was appointed an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. MTV, which once was reluctant to play Michael Jackson videos from 1982's Thriller, highlighted music from inner-city artists like Dr. Dre, Tupac Shakur, and Sean Diddy Combs. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, or NAACP, held a press conference to discuss if its people should be called Black or African American. Secretaries became administrative assistants, midgets became little people, ghetto-raised youths became at-risk kids. A new term, politically correct, or PC, became shorthand for any euphemism used to cushion judgment. While being PC was in fashion for a decade, pop cultural icons began attacking the concept as the new millennium arrived. Comedians like Chris Rock and Bill Maher, and programs like Mad TV and South Park took America to task for its political correctness, using biting humor and rude behavior to show that being PC just changed the language, not the actual judgments made. It relieved the symptom, not the cause. If The Simpsons, which began in 1989, parodied how dense the typical American family was, 1996's South Park showed, despite our enlightened cultural sensitivity and newfound morals, how little we have progressed in thought, and how much we pat ourselves on the back for superficial changes in rhetoric and outward behavior. Video games are going through a separate but parallel rebellion. In the early days of wood panel Atari 2600s and lively Midway arcades, Konami had a popular game with a frog crossing the road, Frogger. One-hit wonder Gottlieb made players hop a furry, hose-nosed monster along pyramid-shaped blocks, Qbert. And a young Nintendo established itself with a plumber dodging flaming barrels tossed by an ape, Donkey Kong. Fed by an open-minded audience interested in new experiences, there seemed to be no limit to what was artistically possible. Time creates standards. Joysticks began looking the same. Characters fit into definable categories, and specific genres were established. There was a fast action twitch shooter, the novel-like role-playing game or RPG, the action/adventure, the sports or fighting title, the first-person shooter or FPS, and a strategy game. By the time the game industry hit the billion-dollar mark, anything beyond classification rarely got on the shelf. Experimental games usually didn't get the funding from publishers. It was only a matter of time before the status quo would be attacked. In summer 2003, 60 Minutes 2 visited Acclaim in its Long Island offices. The game company had made a parody of Activision's Tony Hawk Pro Skater series. Tony Hawk Pro Skater was the first sports game to give skateboarding an arcade sensibility. You could do complicated, cool-looking tricks with a few quick joystick flicks. The series had been a consistent bestseller since beginning on the Sony PlayStation in 1999. Acclaim created its own Tony Hawk-inspired game, Dave Mirra BMX, and it failed both critically and commercially. When talks for the next Dave Mirra BMX began, Acclaim began experimenting with new marketing techniques. It offered new parents a significant sum of money if they named their child after its new action game, Turok. It reportedly started buying grave sites and real headstones to promote its undead game, Shadow Man. Once a solid leader of arcade-to-home translations, Acclaim could now not afford another failure. With sports figure Dave Mirra's blessing, Acclaim turned its BMX game into a Tony Hawk Pro Skater parody. It will be called BMX XXX. We wanted to do something that was different, that has been done before, co-designer Ben Fishbond told 60 Minutes 2 correspondent Bob Simon. You're going to see a hooker. You're going to run into a pimp. You're going to actually carry a hooker from one point in the game to another point in the game. 60 Minutes 2 have more than 10 million viewers. BMX XXX begins with you doing bike stunts in a Central Park clone. During a quick run through the park, you encounter a hot dog vendor who claims that someone is stealing his wieners, a can-collecting homeless man who speaks in 70s jive, a diarrhea-plagued dog, a firefighter complaining that his hose is limp, and the aforementioned cursing prostitutes and their pimp, a purple-suited African-American man in stack heel shoes and a wide leopard hat. One of the first missions is to steal the pimp's pink poodle and throw at the diarrhea-ailed dog to distract him from pooping. Successful players are treated to a 5-second animation of the digital dogs having sex, which is on par for other rewards received throughout the game. You create your own biker from scratch, from deciding a gender to number of back tattoos. Later you can unlock more options, including topless riding, which Acclaim touts as a feature on the game's back cover, with a black bar across the offending bits. Unlike Itagaki-san's Dead or Alive series, there is no quote-unquote jiggle factor. Characters' breasts are round and stiff, like old bakery bread, and stand still like large, glandular rocks. You can find special tokens throughout the game, redeemable at Scores licensed strip clubs within each level. BMX XXX shows a brief title screen, Scores Manhattan, Candy, and an even briefer dance video of the stripper on the pole. It is on par with the movie Showgirls, but with grittier visuals. BMX XXX was released on the Sony PlayStation 2, Microsoft Xbox, and Nintendo GameCube. Walmart, KB Toys, and Toys R Us refused to carry the title. Sony made a claim removed the nudity on the PlayStation 2 version. This is a right we rarely exercise, a Sony spokesperson said. In the case of BMX XXX, we felt that some of the game's content did not fundamentally add to the overall experience and is therefore included purely for effect. Dave Mirra sued Acclaim 3 months after the game's release, claiming breach of contract, injury to reputation, unfair competition, false advertising, and invasion of privacy. The extreme sports icon also asked to get his name taken off the game, saying he didn't fully realize what kind of game Acclaim was making. He was sued for $21 million. Both edited and unedited versions were critical and commercial disappointments. Several critics called it the worst sports game ever made. In September 2004, Acclaim filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. The company was worth about $47 million, but it owed $145 million. Acclaim decided to liquidate its assets and close its doors, but didn't tell its employees. Basically, one morning we were locked out. A former employee told Game Developer magazine, "It was, don't bother coming in. They're late on the rent. Once they pay, we can go back in." They were never let back in. A week before Acclaim closed, a publisher called The Gathering released the Guy game on the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. It is a trivia game. In Titwits, one of the Guy game's levels, you watch movie footage of one of the women at spring break, young, tanned, and often peppy, answering a difficult question such as, what is the capital of Lithuania? Vilnius. The game then pauses and, while you stare at a freeze frame of her chest, asks you if she gave the right answer. She often does not. Wager the correct way several times, and the Guy game logo, which obscures the woman's privates, begins to go transparent until she is completely nude. The corresponding flashometer raises from soft and squishy to sort of chubby to its maximum length, super stiff. I feel innovation is incredibly important in the video game industry. Jeff Spangelberg, CEO of Top Heavy, the Guy game designers, said in a press release. With the Guy game, we set out to do something completely different than what had been done before. The Guy game did not sell many copies and did not do well with the critics either. So, what's with this bland party game that makes you sit through hours of girls blathering before perking up? Electronic Gaming Monthly said in an editorial. The college co-eds in a certain direct-to-video series, It's Wild, never had to name the current president before lifting their shirts and showing off their Dow Corning labels. The Guy game was inspired by Girls Gone Wild, the direct-to-video series started by Joe Francis in 1998. While acquiring footage from various reality TV specials, the 24-year-old noticed that freelance filmographers were mailing in an inordinate amount of live nude footage from Spring Break, Bourbon Street, and other public nudity hotspots. He then realized that the girl next door strip downs turned him on more than the average porn video. Convinced he wasn't the only person who felt that way, Francis quit his day job and began compiling what he considered the best nude clips. Going into debt, he bought late-night television advertising time, hired a cameraman, hit all the major spring break vacation areas, Cancun, Daytona Beach, Panama, to ask women to show their chests for the camera. Often he would get them to do more. Of course, the women probably did not know about his several accusations of rape, most of them from Girl Gone Wild participants, a dozen lawsuits of non-consensual filming, the restraining order against him by a Santa Monica neighbor, and his physical assault against a prominent journalist. Even he was surprised, he said, at what a young woman will do for only a Girls Gone Wild t-shirt. He boasts he doesn't pay them anything. Francis has aimed his cameras at a generation whose notion of privacy and sexuality are different than any other, Los Angeles Times adult business reporter Claire Hoffman observed. Nursed on MySpace profiles and reality television, many young people today are comfortable with being perpetually photographed and having those images on the internet for anyone to see. The popularity of being on the series was equal to how many people were interested in watching it. The music club style setup, where customers automatically received the next Girl Gone Wild movie if they didn't say no, was paying off. In 2002, 2 years before the Guy Game, Joe's Mantra Films Incorporated sold an estimated 4.5 million tapes and DVDs. By the time the Guy Game was out, Joe flew his personal Gulfstream jet to scouting areas. Critics suggested he was planning on buying the Playboy empire. Francis did not dispute it. In 2003, Playboy turned 50. The magazine's circulation, as high as 7 million in the 70s, had plummeted down to 3 million readers. Additional revenue from its once popular Playboy clubs and other brand extensions had decreased enough for the company to shut down nearly all of its traditional extracurricular ventures down. Playboy told the press its focus was now going to be on new media, member-based websites, DVDs, internet partnerships. In the early 90s, sophomoric British lad magazines stormed the American shore. Maxim, Stuff, and others were considered part of the usual publication cycle. 2 or 3 publishers would jump on the same topic, such as the home-style publications Real Simple and Martha Stewart Living, or the men's tech publications Sync and Cargo in 2004, and the trend will die down in a year, leaving one or none of the magazines standing. As the new millennium came, however, the lad magazines weren't disappearing. They were growing. The biggest one, Maxim, went to 2.5 million subscribers within a few years. Its parent company, Dennis Publishing, began racking up several prestigious magazine awards. Playboy and Maxim seemed to be on the opposite trajectories. On the cover, Maxim featured the latest thin, young, but curvy Hollywood actress, wearing revealing lingerie or a tight bikini. Inside were near-nude young women and features bracketed by suggested pickup lines. No articles were over 1,000 words. Recurring themes were beer, women, and sports, and at least one article mentioned all three. Maxim appealed to a generation raised on softcore cable movies, heavy sexualized ads, and free internet porn. Playboy, which could have been Maxim's grandfather, was known for its groundbreaking journalism and hard-hitting interviews. Its risque reputation had quite mellowed. After Debbie Does Dallas or Harris Paris Hilton's sex tape, One Night in Paris, indeed, after internet pornography, who needs Mrs. December 2004 flashing her little hiney at us from aboard a yacht? Cultural critic Joan Asolella once told The New Yorker. One might answer that some prefer their sexual material softcore. If so, they can turn to the new lad magazine, such as Maxim or FHM, which showed the women clothed, if barely, and at the same time look more up to date than Playboy. Maxim had the ability to sit on a college kid's coffee table, right next to Sports Illustrated and Car and Driver, while Playboy, with its semi-nude covers, would have to sit under the mattress next to the sticky porn collection, assuming all the porn wasn't on a laptop. Playboy's heavily airbrushed pictures also went against the biggest trend to affect young women's taste, Girls Gone Wild. Creator Joe Francis said his goal was to show the girl next door naked, something that Hugh Hefner originally said 50 years earlier. But the Playboy aesthetic changed in light of breast implants, Adobe Photoshop, and other technological innovations. Girls Gone Wild fulfilled the girl next door promise, conveying youthful innocence, no matter how dark things may have been behind the scenes. If Maxim had made a home movie series, Girls Gone Wild would probably be it. Playboy was stuck between hardcore porn, which was free to anyone with an internet connection, and the soft, virtually guilt-free visuals, which were pushed by lad magazines and R-rated movies. One of Playboy's first new media ventures was Rush's Playboy the Game in 2005. He played 1953 Hugh Hefner, aka Hef, with 3 primary goals: build a magazine empire from scratch, facilitate intellectually stimulating parties, and have as much sex as possible. There are many little details, like buying office furniture, determining how much to pay models, and sending out party invites. A social climber's version of The Sims, Playboy the Game rewards players for making connections with the various characters in the game. You can prosper as a facilitator, with Hef introducing 2 people who want to work together, or as a social player, with Hef asking a woman to bed. After a brief pause, Hef will sit on the couch and watch as a woman strips down to her G-string, her round breast and nipples as tightly wound as corduroy, and does a little strip dance for him. Digital Heft doesn't seem to be able to hook up with the guys, as he said he did in real life. She then straddles his lap and jumps up and down, yelping and gasping with an occasional wee. It lasts for about a minute, none unlike the 5-cent pony ride outside of the supermarket. The photography sequence is a bit closer to reality. True to his real life counterpart, Hef takes all the pictures when he starts the magazine. Once a model, a photo shoot, and a backdrop is in place, you look through the viewfinder lens and snap pictures as the perky computer controlled model makes love to the camera. The women lack the natural curves found in 2003's Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball, and Playboy's biggest inspiration, The Sims, already had a dozen spin offs and sold several million copies. Designer Will Wright dedicated the last decade and a half of his life to creating sim based products. It was an uphill battle on both fronts. Rush was not the only company to do a sexy Sims style game. For instance, in 2004, Eidos released a similar title, Singles Float Up Your Life. Playboy the game had the biggest marquee value. All the games had the same results. Reviewing Playboy the game, Electronic Gaming Monthly wrote, "Your appreciation for this game depends entirely upon your desire to see freakishly large cartoon boobs, because almost everything else in Playboy is a limp Sims ripoff." In October 2004, after several years' absence, Leisure Suit Larry returned in Leisure Suit Larry Magna Cum Laude for the PC, Sony PlayStation 2, Microsoft Xbox, and Nintendo GameCube. Al Lowe did not return with him. Sierra's new parent company, Vivendi Universal, was able to cut him out of the game development. This is likely because of the contractual loophole created when Lowe signed a contractor agreement 2 decades earlier. He had been involved in every sequel through 1996's Leisure Suit Larry 7, Love for Sale. The new game featured Larry Lovich, Larry Laffer's nephew, a virgin trying to have sex on his new college campus. Magna Cum Laude's women had grapefruit round mammaries and flawless skin. To hook up with someone, you have to beat several mini-games based on classic arcade titles like Pong or fraternity drinking staples like Quarters. To play Quarters, you bounce a quarter off the table to make it land in a shot glass. If you miss, you take the shot. If you make it, everyone else does. In one particular minigame, you maneuver one of Larry's sperm through a maze of viruses. Win and the woman will strip, if not have sex with Larry. There are no overarching storylines, no strong heroines, and no cheeky innuendos like the previous Leisure Suit Larry games. But there is a lot of nudity and cursing, two things that were heavily censored in previous games. A few months before the game's release, new Leisure Suit Larry producer Josh Van Velde said that his audience was a lot more sophisticated, or at least a lot more exposed to sex, than the purchasers of the original Larry games. We realized that if you can make people laugh and show lots of jiggling boobs, people will like it. Playboy.com reviewed the game in the fall of 2004, ending with, although the game can be downright funny and sexy, veteran fans of the series won't likely appreciate the new direction, while newcomers may find that once you get past the jokes and boobs, there's not much else to keep you playing. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave it the Shame of the Month award with a 2.5 out of 10 rating average between the three reviewers. When it comes to Larry, one of them noted, abstinence sounds pretty good. Lowe himself said he admired some of the jokes in Magnum Cum Laude. I think the masturbating monkey addicted to cigarettes is very funny. But overall, the game is schizophrenic. Hilarious here, offensive there. He blamed the turnover of Sierra / Vivendi Universal staff midway for the uneven gameplay. I have mixed emotions about the Magna Cum Laude. It's like watching a videotape of your son recorded by his kidnapper. It's nice to see he's still alive, but under what conditions? The October 2004 issue of Playboy had its first video game centerfold, a 2-page spread of Luba Licious, a Larry Lovich love interest. She is wearing only a green net cap. Luba has Kate Moss-sized arms and a 21-inch waist, both overshadowed by her wide hips, prominent bikini bottom tan, and two round breasts as large as her head. A small bio lists Luba's turn-ons, jello shots, Burning Man, college professors, my roommates. Turn-offs, the missionary position, long-term relationships, teetotalers, and her favorite book, Kama Sutra, aka the Bible. Playboy had been taking heavy criticism for retouching and enhancing spreads for nearly 2 decades, since advances in desktop publishing made it easier to manipulate photos. In reference to a recent centerfold, one 2003 letter to the editor congratulated Playboy for making the best piece of digital art since Shrek. With the video game centerfolds, which will become an annual affair, Playboy was no longer about sexy pixies, but sexy pixels. The following year, Lad Magazine's Gear and Loaded closed, FHM went completely online, and Maxim circulation topped off. The Maxim generation was growing up, and, as a result, may have become a new, younger audience for Playboy and its compatriots GQ and Esquire. E! Entertainment would give Playboy magnate Hugh Hefner and his 3 young girlfriends a reality TV show. Most episodes would find the greatest generation hero and Viagra supporter watching his 2 20-something and 1 late teen girlfriends romp around the Playboy mansion estate, trying on different fetish clothes, throwing large parties, and occasionally playing with each other. The Girls Next Door became E's #1 program. Hefner spent his 80th birthday in the mansion, blowing out his candles with his 3 girlfriends and an audience of millions. Joe Francis did not buy Playboy Enterprises. In 2004, the Federal Trade Commission found Mentra Films, Inc. guilty of unauthorized shipping and billing. His opt-out subscription plan was considered deceptive. He was fined $1.1 million, half of which went back to customers. 2 years later, Mantra Films Incorporated lost 2 lawsuits, one worth $2.1 million for not keeping accurate age records on file, and a second for filming 2 17-year-old girls in Florida. In April 2007, a Reno, Nevada federal court indicted Francis on 2 counts of tax evasions after millions of dollars in deductions, among other discrepancies, were found on his returns. The mogul faced up to 10 years in prison. The Gathering and Top Heavy Studios were sued 4 months after the release of the Guy Game. One of the women featured was actually a 17-year-old from South Padre Island, Texas. She wasn't an adult, which automatically made the game footage non-consensual. In summer 2005, the judge found for the girl, deemed the Guy Game child pornography, ordered the title off the shelves. The Gathering recalled the remaining copies. In an attempt to recoup, the company offered a compilation DVD called The Guy Game, Game Over. The rumors are true, the website now read. Most controversial video game ever created, The Guy Game, is no longer available. The Gathering also sold a special offer, the DVD along with a hat and t-shirt with the Guy Game logo. It went for $40.
Eruption. It all started with a Vietnamese hooker. Me so horny, me love you long time, she called out to the American soldiers. She says it with a strange clip, as if she was ordering miso soup instead of trying to seduce money out of GI's pockets. It was one of several surreal moments in Full Metal Jacket, Stanley Kubrick's 1987 film about Vietnam. The memorable prostitute scene was bracketed by some of the most violent, disturbing war images set to film. Oliver Stone's Platoon, the Vietnam film from the previous year, looked like a coming-of-age movie in comparison. As Full Metal Jacket hit theaters, rapper Luke Skywalker began managing a new music group, 2 Live Crew. The California-based posse made what would later be called bass music, bottom-heavy tunes with repetitive party lyrics and refrains. Skywalker relocated the group to South Florida, where modern street life was cruising in 60s cars blasting trunk-rattling bass music. The bass culture may have originated on the West Coast, as reflected in California groups War's 1975 hit Lowrider, but musically shifted to Miami in the 80s. 2 Live Crew made a couple local hits. Skywalker felt the group still needed another hook, something to distinguish it from the thousands of other independent rap acts out there. He decided to make it the nastiest group in South Florida. In 1986, the reinvigorated act released a new album, 2 Live Crew is What We Are, featuring some songs like We Want Some Pussy. It was certified gold or 500,000 sold. A minor obscenity complaint convinced Skywalker to release dirty and clean versions of his albums. 2 Live Crew would do a non-explicit rap in the studio, then record the rap again in its original form for the explicit album. Skywalker Records was the first hip-hop label to offer 2 versions. The clean albums made it easier for radio stations to play his group's music, but it also gave Skywalker an opportunity to be more explicit on the dirty albums. Buying the dirty version had to be a conscious choice by the consumer. In 1989, Two Live Crew released its second full-length album, As Nasty as They Want to Be. The lead single was Me So Horny. Rap is based on found art. Synthesizers and live instrumentation have peppered rap albums since its inception. But the foundation of rap music is built on taking 60s and 70s albums, finding a short instrumental portion called a break or break beat, and looping it over again so MC can talk over it. Kids in the Bronx did not have guitars or drum kits, but they did have their parents' James Brown collection and hi-fi record players. Even at the turn of this century, producers talked about treasures they'd found, hard-to-find records, musty and abandoned in some random New York alleyway, that became the foundation for top 10 songs. Two Live Crew built Me So Horny around a brief, looped breakbeat from Firecracker, a chunky bass single from the late 70s dance group Mass Production. The hedonistic calls of the disco floor were appropriated for the Reagan era. You said it yourself. You like it like I do, Fred Kid Ice says over the go-go beat. Put your lips on my dick and suck on my asshole too. The chorus is Kubrick's Vietnamese prostitute. Ah, me so horny, me love you long time. Scratched and skipped along the breakbeat like a pebble. Her recorded vocals sound like she's stuttering from a blunt trauma. Me So Horny became a top 40 hit. It was hard not to hear her erotic wails on major cruising strips in San Francisco, Myrtle Beach, Washington, D.C., and particularly in the group's adopted hometown, Miami. Me So Horny caught the ear of Florida lawyer Jack Thompson, a Christian activist and supporter of the American Family Association. He contacted Governor Bob Martinez to find out if, under state law, the album was obscene, which in turn would make selling As Nasty as Wanna Be illegal in Florida. The state started a formal inquiry. In June 1990, District Court Judge Jose Gonzalez ruled that the album was legally obscene and illegal to sell. Undercover cops were dispatched to local record stores. Within a week, a retailer was arrested for selling As Nasty as They Want to Be to a disguised officer, not unlike a crack dealer or an unlucky John. The same week, Two Live Crew was arrested for performing the material live at a local club. Newspapers and magazine reporters, already sensitive to amendment rights and to FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, saw the local fight as a national battle for free speech. It was written about every week. The month following its arrest, Two Live Crew released the equally explicit Banned in the USA. The title track was a cover of Born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen's 1984 Ode to America. A Florida appellate court would ultimately determine that As Nasty as Wanna Be was not legally obscene. On the other side of the country, the California group Niggas with Attitudes, or NWA, had received a letter from the FBI recommending it stop promoting violence. NWA Straight Outta Compton spoke of killing people as explicitly as Two Live Crew did of sex. But the FBI specifically had issue with the song Fuck the Police, a graphic story about police harassment. The album was not banned, but the controversy helped sell albums. Straight Outta Compton and its FBI letter would give the group almost as much spotlight as the As Nasty as Wanna Be obscenity ruling. In both instances, the groups realized they could be as explicit as they liked without any legal repercussions. NWA would release its last album, 1991's Eiffelzagen, with songs like One Less Bitch, To Kill a Hooker, and Appetite for Destruction. Eiffelzagen was Niggas for Life backwards. Best-selling rapper Jay-Z once said that rap isn't just supported by minorities anymore. If you're doing better than platinum or 1 million sold, white people are buying your hardcore music too. Banned in the USA and Straight Outta Compton both went double platinum. The success of Two Live Crew and NWA expanded the popularity of sexual rap and so-called gangster rap. Aggressively sexual rappers Lil' Kim and Foxy Brown would go multi-platinum in the 90s. NWA's Dr. Dre would dissolve the group and produce 1992's The Chronic and protege Snoop Doggy Dogg's Doggy Style, two landmark albums that opened the door for Tupac Shakur, The Notorious B.I.G., Ghetto Boys, Spice One, and numerous other gangster rap artists. Using Skywalker's clean and dirty system, these songs were played not only on the strip and in the strip clubs, but in college dorms, at picnics, and on primetime radio. Within a short period of time, the number of well-known hardcore sex and violence rappers tripled. During explicit rap's rise, comedian Chris Rock released the movie CB4. The satire follows the adventures of aspiring rapper Albert Brown, played by Rock, and his two friends when they disown their middle and working class backgrounds and personify hardened criminals. In one scene, the rapper's tour bus is stopped by protesters as it arrives for a Sacramento, California concert. The group's manager stands next to the bus driver. He is wearing a blue sweatsuit, oversized glasses, and a gold nameplate that reads, "Trust Us." Facing the concerned group, he tells them not to worry. To some people, these fools out here could be a problem. Bad for their image, bad for their record sales. But you brothers have created something so nasty, so foul, that the iller you get, the better off we are. He grins a chastise grin. Now go out there and have a good time. The scene was preceded by a montage of Billboard charts showing the group's 3 number-1 singles: Straight Outta Low Cash, Nigga Please, and Better Than Pussy. For paying for studio time and other costs, the average rap group may make 10% of a $10 record, or $1 per record sold. A double platinum record like As Nasty As You Wanna Be or Straight Outta Compton could have grossed $2 million for a group. Rockstar Games released Grand Theft Auto San Andreas in October 2004. In San Andreas, you play a black California ghetto teen trying to move up in rank with a local gang. Like the previous games, it rewards you for a variety of skills: careful car thievery, expert drive-by shooting, smart prostitute management. I took the remote, almost comical fantasy of Straight Outta Compton and made it a personal, intimate experience. You see, we're not competing with Konami, Hasbro, or Mattel, Chief Operating Officer Terry Donovan said. We're competing with Def Jam, Adidas, and New Line Cinema. Def Jam was the #1 hip-hop record label. Critics called San Andreas the best game of 2004. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas sold more than 2 million copies within the first month, grossing more than $100 million for the company. The following summer, a fan website called GTA Garage posted a new file. It was from Patrick Wodenborg, a Dutch gamer who claimed his file would unlock something hidden in the PC version of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. They decided to disable it in their final release. Now you can enjoy the full experience, he said. The game modifier was called Hot Coffee. In San Andreas, you live in a virtual life in South Central Los Angeles. The main character, CJ, must exercise to stay in shape, practice firing guns to aim better, stop at burger joints to eat. He must also maintain relationships. CJ can pick up women, go on dates, and even get a steady girlfriend. The storylines are cheeky. One girlfriend insists on you taking her along on a drive-by shooting. But the relationships themselves are relatively wholesome. Like its predecessors, San Andreas prostitutes segments are limited to the car, the squeaking shock and vibrating joystick the only signifier of intercourse. The Mature label on the box came from the violence, not the sex. After installing the hot coffee modifier, CJ's girlfriend will ask him in for coffee at the end of one of their dates. If you agree, the screen flashes, "This is it. Gird your loins for love." CJ follows her into the bedroom. She strips down to her thong, her naked body jagged from the rough polygons used to create it. She doesn't have any nipples. Kneeling in front of the still-clothed CJ, his girlfriend wraps her hand and mouth around the thin air in front of his designer jeans, moving her neck back and forth in the space. There isn't anything in her hand or mouth. He then puts her on the bed and gets in an awkward missionary position. He is still fully clothed. For 2 minutes he pumps, asking random demands like, "Tell me I'm the best." Instructions in the corner recommend pressing up and down on the joystick while getting the rhythm right. A white extreme bar increases or decreases based on consistent motion. Afterwards, he leaves the house and the game proceeds as usual. In San Andreas, you can go to the gym and lift weights by tapping a button. If you see a bike you like, steal it and rapidly push the appropriate key to pedal faster. The game is packed with little tests of strengths. As advanced as the graphics and storyline may have been, The Orgasm Bar and Joystick Rhythm were as simple as Custer's Revenge and X-Men on the Atari 2600. It is fucking as minigame. Originally discovered in the PC version, Hot Coffee did not disturb many in the computer gaming community. 10 years before Hot Coffee, Homemade Files stripped Lara Croft of her clothes, turning Tomb Raider into Nude Raider. In the late 70s, when most games were not copy protected, players could get into the program code and change the game parameters. Even as recent as 2000, the PC hit Counter-Strike was a user-modified version of the already popular game Half-Life. Developer Valve actually gave Half-Life players the tools to modify it. A few weeks after Wildenborg's post, Democratic California State Assemblyman Leland Lee, a child psychologist, was told about Hot Coffee by one of his aides. Ye had tried twice, Bill AB 1972 in fall 2004 and Bill AB 450 in winter 2004, to pass a state law that would, quote, prohibit the sale, rent, and distribution of violent video games that depict serious injury to human beings in a manner that is especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel to persons who are 16 years of age or younger. Those that violate the act may be liable in an amount up to $1,000 for each violation. Both were rejected. Clearly, the video game industry is not concerned with the welfare of our children, and thus it is imperative that we step in to prevent the sale of these harmful games to our children, Ye said in a press release. This was before Hot Coffee. It's outrageous, Ye told Rolling Stone after the file was released. It tells you how to copulate a woman. That should not be in the hands of children. Ye contacted the Entertainment Software Ratings Board, the game equivalent of the Motion Picture Association of America, and recommended changing San Andreas' mature rating to adults only. Like giving a movie a NC-17 or X rating, changing the sticker would restrict who would carry the game. A store like Walmart, already weary of the controversial game series, would no doubt stop selling it and severely cripple Rockstar's bottom line. The game company said a press release in July 2005, a month after Hot Coffee was publicly discovered. We thoroughly support the work of the ESRB and believe it has an exemplary record of rating games and promoting understanding of video game content. We also feel confident that this investigation will hold the original version of the game, as the work of the mod community is beyond the scope of either publisher or the ESRB. In other words, Rockstar said that the pornographic segment was wholly created by a user, like a naked Lara Croft, and not by the company itself. There was no need to change the rating. Ye blamed the ESRB. The ESRB blamed Rockstar. Rockstar blamed gamers. And someone decided to call Jack Thompson. The objections towards Hot Coffee were built on a long history of attempts at video game legislation, though the foundation was based on violence, not sex. In 1976, Exidy released the arcade game Death Race. According to the game designer, the object was to run over gremlins with your car. A cross would appear when one of them died. The gremlins were stick figures that could easily pass as humans. 60 Minutes ran a report on the controversial game. Many arcade owners publicly refused to carry the machine, but those that did made a killing. Regulations began the same year. One of the, if not the, earliest attempt at this type of regulation predicated traditional computer games and occurred in Mesquite, Texas, in 1976. The city council passed an ordinance that barred anyone under the age of 17 from operating an amusement device unless accompanied by a parent or guardian. Brenda Brathwaite writes in the book Sex and Video Games, though she notes the law was also an attempt to suffocate arcade owners who, the city believed, were affiliated with organized crime. The U.S. Supreme Court struck down the Texas law in February 1982. A decade later, Midway released Mortal Kombat. Unlike other popular fighting games, it featured ample blood and special fatalities, difficult to execute moves that would destroy your opponent. In one notable fatality, a strong-armed fighter would lift his enemy and rip him in half, tossing the bloody torso and wobbling legs in different directions. In 1993, Congress held hearings on the video game violence. A series of school shootings, most notably Columbine in 1999, brought video game legislation back in the spotlight after it was learned that the two shooters were fans of the alien shooter Doom. It was released in 1993 by id Software, a developer based in Mesquite, Texas. On the early morning of June 7, 2003, Devin Moore, an 18-year-old African-American, was pulled over by Fayette, Alabama cops. Officer Arnold Strickland suspected that the car was stolen and brought him in for booking. By all accounts, Moore, who had no criminal history, was cooperative until he got to the police station. According to a statement Moore made later, he grabbed Strickland's Glock and shot him twice, one time in the head. Strickland's colleague, Officer James Crump, ran down the hallway to help him and was shot 3 times, also one time in the head. Moore continued down the hallway, came to the door of the emergency dispatcher, and shot one Ace Milliner 5 times. Again, one of the 5 shots hit the emergency dispatcher in the head. Moore found some car keys and drove off in a police car. "Life is like a video game," he reportedly told the police after he got caught. "Everybody's got to die sometime." 60 Minutes did a major report on the incident. 2 of his victims sued Rockstar Games and related companies on the basis that Moore was a big Grand Theft Auto fan. The families hired Jack Thompson. A similar case that year, in which 2 Grand Theft Auto teenagers randomly killed one man and severely wounded another in Tennessee, was also taken by Thompson. "The industry needs to cough up money so victims and their families can be compensated for their pain," he told ABC News. "The shareholders need to know what their games are doing to kids and their families. They need to stop pushing adult-rated products to kids. These products are deadly." The lawyer was already knee-deep in Grand Theft Auto research when Hot Coffee became public in 2005. He began an extensive, aggressive letter-writing campaign to and about the ESRB and Rockstar Games. Thompson also garnered powerful support from conservative groups such as the National Institute on Media and the Family. On July 14, 2005, Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton held a press conference to announce that she was proposing new legislation restricting video game sales. The proposed bill would prohibit the sale of violent and sexually explicit video games to minors and put in place a $5,000 penalty for those who violate the law. The ESRB technically required schools to sell mature and adult-only games with proof of age, but had no serious penalty for disobedient owners. The disturbing material in Grand Theft Auto and other games, like it's stealing the innocence of our children and it's making the difficult job of being a parent even harder. I am announcing these measures today because I believe that the ability for our children to access pornographic and outrageous material on video games rated for adults is spiraling out of control, Clinton said. The former First Lady actually consulted Thompson before her press conference, but she had other allies familiar with the artistic law. In the early 80s, a young mother named Tipper Gore caught her 12-year-old daughter playing Prince's Darling Nikki. Horrified at lyrics like, "I knew a girl named Nikki, I guess you could say she was a sex fiend. I met her in a hotel lobby masturbating with a magazine," Gore talked to her Tennessee Congressman husband, Al, as well as the wives of the U.S. Secretary of Treasury, James Baker, and South Carolina Senator Strom Thurmond. In 1984, she created the Parents Music Resource Center, PMRC. Led by 8 politicians' wives, the committee held rock music accountable for the increase in rape and suicide among 16 to 25-year-olds in the previous 3 decades, citing artists such as AC/DC, Ozzy Osbourne, and the Blue Oyster Cult. Since children today lack the stable family structures of past generations, they are more vulnerable to role models and authority figures outside established patriarchal institutions, she said. "I see the family as a haven for moral stability, while popular music, e.g. rock music, is a poisonous source infecting our youth of the world with messages they cannot handle." The PMRC joined forces with the National Parent-Teacher Association, PTA, and pressured the Recording Industry Association of America, RIAA, into putting warning labels on all their music deemed explicit. In 1985, the RIAA started putting a black and white parental advisory explicit lyrics label, colloquially known as a tipper sticker, on objectionable albums. Walmart, JCPenney's, and other major stores stopped selling labeled material. Most material with a warning label was rock. Rap was still relatively underground. But country and some explicit comedy albums went unlabeled. The parental advisory explicit lyrics label did land on Frank Zappa's 1987 instrumental album Jazz from Hell. Zappa had been an outspoken critic of the PMRC a few years before. By the end of the decade, presidential hopeful Bill Clinton asked Tipper Gore's husband to become his running mate for the presidency. Al Gore served as vice president from 1990 to 1998. Not unlike Ye and hot coffee, Connecticut Democrat Senator Joseph Lieberman would learn of this new popular game, Mortal Kombat, through one of his aides in 1992. Disturbed by the digital violence and believing adolescents could not differentiate from fantasy and reality, Lieberman held a series of congressional hearings that put Nintendo and Sega to task for their home versions of Mortal Kombat, as well as other violent games such as the sorority murder satire Night Trap. I was startled, Lieberman would later say. It was very violent and rewarded violence. Nintendo and Sega, the former the previous industry leader and the latter the gaming contender, spent most of the hearings accusing the other company of being irresponsible. Congress determined that the industry must regulate itself, or a government-appointed group would regulate it. The industry created two regulatory boards, the Recreational Software Advisory Council and the Entertainment Software Rating Board, to monitor and rate every piece of retail video game software. The ESRB would become the dominant committee within a few years. Fearing it would alienate its customers accustomed to kid-friendly software, Nintendo turned the blood in its version of Mortal Kombat green. Video game editorials called the move cowardly. At the end of his vice presidency, Al Gore asked Lieberman to be his running mate for his 2000 presidential bid. Talk of Lieberman in the White House launched another set of video game editorials, the argument being that his efforts over the previous decade had censored dozens of games. Some threatened not to vote for Gore because Lieberman was on the ticket. Gore lost the presidency to George W. Bush in 2000, but it is doubtful gamers had much to do with the loss. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, 18 to 24-year-olds, the heart of the video game audience at the time, had the lowest voter turnout that year. After Clinton's speech, Rockstar Games remained adamant that Hot Coffee was, quote, the work of a determined group of hackers. They're not within our company. In the weeks since Hot Coffee was first posted, gamers worldwide used game hacking devices to explore the PlayStation 2 and Xbox editions of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Action Replay, GameShark, and other legal software allowed you to put in codes to temporarily, quote, hack into the video game to get unlimited lives, weapon upgrades, and other perks. It also can unlock hidden content not meant to be found. A video game of the Hot Coffee minigame began circulating on the internet, but it wasn't of the PC version, and PC games, by their very nature, are modifiable. For instance, Microsoft will alert users when the latest Windows patch is available for download, which allows the company to correct software errors after you already bought the package at the local computer store and started using it. On the other hand, console systems at the time, like the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, had inflexible software, games that could not be modified by outside source. Nothing could be added to the software that wasn't already there. Diligent PlayStation 2 and Xbox gamers were now trying to dig through the static San Andreas code to see if they can unlock the wild sex scene revealed by Windenburg's Hot Coffee patch. They discovered that the sex minigame, in its entirety, was available in both the PlayStation 2 and Xbox versions of San Andreas. People who didn't know heard through the postings on hundreds, if not thousands, of video game sites. The truth was out. After spending weeks pointing at the gamer community, it was clear that the Hot Coffee minigame had been programmed by Rockstar itself. There is sex content in the disc, a Rockstar Games spokesperson admitted after the news broke. Insiders claimed the company originally planned to include the sex minigame, but later buried it to avoid an adults-only rating. When dealing with millions of lines of computer code, it could be easier to hide something than to outright delete it. The game company recalled all copies of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas on American shelves, promising to re-release the original version with an adults-only rating and a Hot Coffee free version with the initial mature rating. This would take some weeks. Some major stores, such as Best Buy, said they weren't planning on carrying the game at all after the re-release. GameStop and similarly used game stores predicted heavy losses because they wouldn't be able to accept nor sell the millions of copies in circulation. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was still the #1 game in America. One analyst said that the cost of San Andreas recall, including new shipments, loss of used and new game sales, and bad publicity, would be more than $50 million. On August 6, 2005, GameSpot reported that, according to credible sources, the FBI was investigating death threats against Jack Thompson. One forwarded email read, "For being a total fucking asshole, I think video games are freaking awesome, and that they are my entire life. And for you to insult them is telling me my life is totally worthless. For this, sir, I'm going to fucking kill you." A second email read, "This is not spam. It's my right as a citizen to send thousands upon thousands of emails saying the same thing until you die painfully from gunshot wounds." A high school student was reportedly arrested for sending a few of the dozen emails Thompson received. In November, he was barred from the Devin Moore murder case by Alabama court judge James Moore, no relation to the defendant, after allegedly sending harassing emails to the law firm defending Devin. Mr. Thompson felt compelled to smear opposing counsel, other attorneys with no involvement in the case, or individuals. The judge wrote later, "Mr. Thompson's action before this court suggests that he is unable to conduct himself in a manner befitting practice in the state of Alabama." He still continued to write passionate letters to leaders in the video game industry. In one particularly heated correspondence, Thompson compared Entertainment Software Association head Doug Lowenstein, a Jewish man, to Adolf Hitler. That fall, the National Institute of Media and the family produced an open letter saying the organization would be distancing itself from him. It asked Thompson to not reference the association in the press. "Over the past few months, I and members of the board have a growing concern that your use of our name without our permission has had a negative influence as we try to educate the public on this important issue." NIMF President David Walsh said, "Your commentary has included extreme hyperbole, and your tactics have included personally attacking individuals for whom I have a great deal of respect." Thompson responded with his own open letter. Dr. Walsh's efforts are funded by Target and by a foundation run by Best Buy lawyer and Best Buy director Elliot Kaplan. I am suing Target and Best Buy over Rockstar's upcoming adventure Bully, which both Target and Best Buy are pre-selling. You connect the dots. He added, "I am a Christian. As far as I know, Dr. Walsh is as well. There's a very clear passage in the New Testament in which believers are admonished that if they have a problem with someone, to go to that person in private and try to work it out. He didn't do that. A child psychologist who would give a heads up to Doug Lowenstein in such a manner without confronting me directly man to man is a person who has lost his way in more ways than one. He is the latest casualty in an escalating war started by a reckless industry whose sociopathic poster child is President and Rockstar Games' parent company, Paul Eibler." Meanwhile, Rockstar Games released Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories, a prequel to Grand Theft Auto 3 for Sony PSP handheld. The game was a critical and commercial success, topping sales charts, despite the fact it was a handheld game machine and was, in many ways, a retread of 2001's Grand Theft Auto 3. The Warriors, an adventure game inspired by the 1978 cult classic gang movie, came out at the same time and also sold well. During that holiday season, Clinton joined Lieberman and Indiana Senator Evan Bayh in creating the Family Entertainment Protection Act. Submitted for approval on December 16, 2005, the proposed game legislation bill would fine store managers for selling a material rated inappropriate for minors by the ESRB. An independent committee would analyze the rating systems annually for accuracy, and consumers would have an easier time logging complaints regarding the system. Furthermore, the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, would investigate misleading ratings and do random audits of stores to determine accessibility of adult material to minors. This bill will help empower parents by making sure their kids can't walk into a store and buy a video game that has graphic, violent, or pornographic content, Clinton said in a statement. The press release failed to mention Yee's dismissed California bills or the two other similar bills that had been shot down on a state level. 2 weeks before her announcement, a district judge found an Illinois game restriction law unconstitutional. The previous month, a district court judge blocked a virtually identical Michigan law, saying it was, quote, unlikely to survive strict scrutiny. Political pundits at the time said that Clinton was the most likely candidate for the Democrats' 2008 White House bid.
Chapter 10. Beehives. The camera zooms in on a perky young woman. She looks to be in her late 20s, perhaps early 30s, and she starts talking to you about her first date. How the restaurant had to kick them out because they talked until it closed. How she looked in his eyes and could tell he was the one for her. About that instant spark. You know, the spark you feel when you click, connect with someone. The distant strains of Natalie Cole's Everlasting Love, also used in the Diane Lane movie Must Love Dogs and other modern divorcee looking for love films, begins to swell in the background. Her husband, see the ring flashing as he's gesturing, is now talking to you about the same incident, but he has a different, complementary interpretation. A gray, honey-voiced old man begins talking to you. His face seems to take up the whole screen. Aren't you tired of dating? He asks. Find your soulmate. He tells you that eHarmony uses scientific data to match people together. There is a science, founder Dr. Neil Clark Warren implies, a science to chemistry, something his company eHarmony analyzes and gives to its subscribers. The Pew Institute's first online dating survey, released in 2006, found that 1 out of every 3 people knew someone who belonged to an online dating service, and more than 1 in 4 knew someone who had gone out with a person they met online. Nearly overnight, it seems, dozens of similar sites emerged, the Atlantic Monthly wrote the same year as a survey. Online dating has become almost de rigueur for busy singles looking for love. The Los Angeles-based eHarmony alone had 9 million members. Up the coast, California developers Tom Anderson and Chris DeWolf were also convinced social technology was going to be the next big thing. They worked within a computer company, eUniverse, and began MySpace, the first mainstream multimedia blog. A disputed history has MySpace calling its concepts from eUniverse CEO Brad Greenspan, a man who called himself, quote, the true founder of MySpace. After a 5-minute setup on MySpace, you can type in your interests, post messages and music, and make new friends who, in turn, will provide links to their personal web pages. It would be a test of 6 degrees of separation, a concept that every single person knew every other person in the world through a maximum of 6 connected people. Every personal site is 1 page deep, but can scroll down as much as someone could fill it up with new friends and content. The average MySpace site would have a small box of bio information, 22, Los Angeles, California, Sagittarius, an uploaded picture serving as a background, usually a personal pic or a favorite band photo, and stacks of friend testimonials reminiscent of high school yearbooks. You are the coolest. Stay sweet. Wired News called it a highly customizable amalgam of blogging, music sharing, and social discovery services. A typical page is a near perfect reflection of the chaos and passion of youth. A music-filled space, rudely splattered with photos, and covered with barely legal prose rendered in font colors that blend together and fade into the background. MySpace grew to have 70 million users, roughly 1/4 the population of the United States. Geriatric mogul Rupert Murdoch bought the site for $580 million. Within weeks of the Rupert Murdoch News Corporation purchase, ABC, CBS, and NBC, influential papers such as San Francisco Chronicle and other major news outlets began covering MySpace in earnest as a virtual smorgasbord for teen predators. Popular among kids, MySpace entries often gave detailed personal information about actual data on their location. It was like a diary to the open world. This site, said the Connecticut Attorney General, is a parent's worst nightmare. MySpace was not the only site of its kind. Before MySpace was a popular networking website called Friendster, and after MySpace, Facebook became the most discussed site. Launched in 2004 by student Mark Zuckerberg as a college networking website, Facebook grew into an older skewing version of MySpace. Newsweek featured Zuckerberg on the cover. On the inside, the feature story told what happened when Facebook had one of its rare maintenance shutdowns. Over the course of those 4 hours, I probably tried to get in 5 or more times. I'm addicted to Facebook, one person lamented. She was a 40-year-old mother of 3. As Facebook began, Linden Labs released the program Second Life. It was a 3D virtual world where you can create an avatar, a digital representation of yourself, and buy land with real money, mortgage a virtual home, get married, get drunk, make new friends, start a money-making business. In other words, you could begin and live a new life. That was it. Second Life was a video game with no video game in it. The virtual world remained quiet until Wired and other tech tastemakers began claiming Second Life could be Web 2.0, an almost mythical multi-dimensional internet that would take over the now dated World Wide Web. The New York Times, Time Magazine, and others discovered the program in 2006. A woman whose avatar name was Anshi Chung became the first Second Life resident to become a millionaire in real life. The value of the Second Life Linden dollar fluctuates like a real economy, but was roughly $300 Linden to every US dollar in 2006. She did it by buying up virtual real estate and flipping it for a higher price. Sony, Nike, and other companies created virtual stores with real products. Reuters opened up a Second Life branch. Several 2008 presidential hopefuls hopped on digital soapboxes to hold town meetings. By May 1, 2007, Second Life had 6 million citizens, though critics argued that this figure was inflated since some people had multiple avatars. Second Life visitors could actually modify the virtual world. Aside from a few restrictions, Linden Labs took a very hands-off approach to its universe. One of the first modifications was by visitor Kevin Alderman, known in the world as Stroker Serpentine. He created Sex Gen Platinum, a $45 modification that gave an avatar realistic genitalia and the ability to have detailed virtual sex with a partner. He would later sue another Second Lifer for stealing and distributing the applet, making it the first known lawsuit over a stolen digital dildo. A popular website called SL Escorts listed and ranked avatar prostitutes based on user feedback, linking the virtual world concubines to their real-life handlers for a potential Second Life meet and greet. I love all sorts of sex play, from the innocent schoolgirl to the sex slave with or without torture. Read an ad for one leather-clad escort. You can just IM instant messenger me, and I'll be very happy to content to your deepest desires. It was followed by this itemized listing in Linden Lab dollars. Blowjob, 315 Linden Lab bucks with clothes, 500 Linden Lab bucks, show tits. Cyber, 1,500 Linden Lab dollars for a half an hour, 500 for each additional 15 minutes. Voice, 2,000 Linden Lab dollars for 15 minutes, Second Life voice, 3,000 Linden Lab dollars for 30 minutes, Second Life voice. The developing virtual world brought new sexual ethics to the forefront, and books like Regina Lynn's The Sexual Revolution 2.0, Audacia Ray's Naked on the Internet, Hookups, Downloads, and Cashing In on Internet Sexploration, and Tim Guest's Second Lives, A Journey Through Virtual Worlds, attempted to navigate what was fair in virtual love. In the Bible, it says something about thinking carnally about another woman as being unfaithful, Guest said at the time. I don't think people nowadays would agree with that. And similarly, I think people who have online sex don't see it as cheating. It's morally okay, a pocket they can put their desires into where they won't threaten their real-life relationship. It is a balmy Los Angeles day, and 2 bikini-clad women are picketing just off a major strip, shouting at any cars or people that pass. Their signs read, "Too naughty for E3." The models are from Naughty America, a multimedia porn conglomerate, and they are protesting their exclusion from the Electronic Entertainment Expo happening at the Los Angeles Convention Center behind them. The E3 organizers decided to ban so-called booth babes, women provocatively dressed, often as video game characters, populating the various company booths. It was a definite change of heart. The predominantly male conference allowed Rockstar Games to bring broad panty strippers a few years before. Contrary to the timing, Naughty America was not saying their promotional women were why it was kicked out of E3, but because of its video game called Naughty America the Game. The online title would allow players to hook up with others around the world. Sex in an online game? It's about time, the press kit said. Naughty America the Game is the first of its kind, a massively multiplayer online world that allows players to do what they've always wanted to do, be naughty. After establishing a cartoon-like online persona and doing mundane things like apartment furnishing, you can go hang out in the virtual city's downtown, uptown, or beach. A widely shown screenshot has a buff guy and a cute young woman dancing at the local discotheque. A less circulated picture has a chiseled blonde with a mullet taking a Sylvette busty redhead from behind on his mauve bed sheets. His arms are at her hips, kind of like he's steering a boat with his wrist. In the corner is a meter that reads sexy to freaky. It is in curvy 70s cursive. We are very disappointed to learn of E3's stance towards Naughty America the Game, the company said later. It is the next step in social networking and online matchmaking. It's certainly not intended for everyone, but then again, neither are the number of titles featured at the show. The press called the exclusion a stunt. It was learned later after the announcement that the company just turned in the booth paperwork too late. The change to a more conservative conference was real. The E3 organizers were responding to events from the previous year. Rockstar Games announced its next game, Bully, in 2005, setting up a preview for retailers in the press at E3. Dozens of protesters picketed in front of Take-Two headquarters in Manhattan. This game should be banned, Lynn Carnell from Bullying Online, a British website supporting bullied students, said before the event. The protesters carried signs that said, "Prosecute Rockstar Games, they are felons," and put the cuffs on Rockstar, not youth. I'm extremely worried that kids will play it and then act out what they've seen in the classroom, Carnell said. After the protests, Rockstar Games quietly announced that Bully, originally slated for fall 2005, will be pushed back to April 2006. It arrived on the PlayStation 2 in October 2006. And what could be described as a Grand Theft Auto Jr., Bully is an open-ended adventure at the Gothic repressive Bulworth Academy Prep School. As Jimmy Hopkins, a short, freckled-faced teenager, he must navigate the various school cliques, such as the jocks, the nerds, and the preppies, and make allies to survive the school year. Grand Theft Auto's guns and baseball bats are replaced with itching powder and bags of marbles. Knuckle sandwiches are complemented by headlocks and Indian burns. The point is to humiliate foes, which, in high school, is a fate worse than death. You can also make friends. A small set of options pops up when Jimmy passes someone on campus. You give a person a friendly nod, "Hey, how's it going?" Or put down, "Who are you looking at?" Or if you're really behind him or her, a very realistic looking wedgie. Each character will respond accordingly. A positive response gives you the option to do a courting gesture, like giving a stolen box of chocolates or a bunch of flowers uprooted from the girls' dorm front lawn. A few more flirts add the option symbolized by two big lips. The courter would usually say something coy. "So, I'm doing a science project, and we're trying to figure out if kissing helps you live longer, and Jimmy, who seems to like being the aggressor, will grab and toss the person back and give a long, dramatic kiss. Jimmy can do this with a girl or a boy. The homosexual kisses did not get much media attention, especially compared to Rockstar's Hot Coffee the summer before. The early controversy over the violence, which Bully had very little, trumped any talks about intimacy, which Bully had in spades. The Bully protests and the hot coffee fallout did not stop new, potentially controversial titles from appearing. No fewer than 6 announced online sex titles were in development: Spend the Night, Naughty America the Game, Rapture Online, Heavenly Bodies, Red Light Center, and Three Feel, Brenda Brathwaite's sex and video game set at the time. Although each game had a slightly different feature set, all focused on sexual interactions between characters in the game to some degree or another. One of the most notable titles was actually in some form of public beta testing for several years. Socialotron is a massive X-rated virtual world created by veteran game developer Patrick Lange. There are no monsters to slay and treasure to find like Ultima Online and other adventures, but Socialotron was made specifically for you to live your fantasy as a pimp, prostitute, pirate, knight, dominatrix, spy, or any other self-created design you see fit. You can then have sex with any of the hundreds of other role players on the virtual plane. If you have a desire that isn't included in the game, and there are many included in the game, you can ask the creator himself to code it in. It was all run by Lagney, like a mom and pop sex shop. He told the tech magazine Sync, "My intent was to fashion something the big companies like Sony wouldn't even touch." Still, according to Lagney's data, female Socialtron players outnumber the men almost 2 to 1. In 2006, authors John M. Gibson and Chris Carl collaborated on a line of calendars called Nerdcore, shot by photographer Sherry Roberts. The first calendar featured porn stars with video games. Mrs. Ember leans against the arcade machine of Williams' classic Defender, her long blonde tresses stopping just short of her ample breasts, and her long legs, actually her whole body, only covered from the calf down. She wears gym socks with gold and purple stripes. Miss November lays on her stomach across a queen-size bed, playing an old Nintendo Game Boy handheld, originally released in 1989. She twists her nude body just right so her untanned behind is in full camera view. The first edition was successful enough for Nerdcore to release a second calendar focused on superheroes. It had a launch party at a large Los Angeles comic book shop with an open bar, porn performers, and blow-up posters of the calendar. The tech channel G4 TV and other international outlets covered the event. Masaoka, a lead actor on the popular NBC fantasy show Heroes, came to the party. The same year, Evergreen Events held the first annual Sex and Video Game Conference in San Francisco. This unique conference will focus on the design, development, and technology of sex and video games from a national as well as international perspective, read the website. In addition, this conference will also have a strong focus on business matchmaking and networking. During the conference's 2-day run, it will feature numerous lectures and keynotes, a machinima art show, erotic art and movies derived from video games, as well as panel discussions with leaders in video games and adult development. During the conference's 2-day run, it will feature numerous lectures and keynotes, a machinima art show, erotic art and movies derived from video games, as well as panel discussions with leaders in video game and adult video game development. Panels included Sex and Games, Where Are We Now?, creating a massively multiplayer online erotic game, and integrating international AO success into the US market. AO stood for Adults Only. According to the Sex and Video Game organizers, the original meeting place, the Nob Hill Masonic Center, suddenly refused to hold the conference. The venue was planned well in advance. At the last minute, the conference was moved to the Kensington Hotel. Attendees would get lost in the large building, as the hotelers did not allow the organizers to put up a sign for the conference in the lobby. MTV, Wired, and the Washington Post were able to find the event. There will be no conference in 2007. A few months before the conference, co-organizer and Savannah College of Art and Design game designer professor Brenda Brathwaite released Sex and Video Games. Part history lesson and part action plan, the textbook gave game designers perspective on how adult situations could improve their games. It was the first book on the topic released and is the most comprehensive listing of sex-related games available. For new developments, Brathwaite kept an online blog. In the book, Brathwaite seemed optimistic about the future of adult gaming. While the majority of today's games seem to sport one extreme or the other, hypersexualized environments, avatars, or actions, or nothing at all. Games in the future will likely not be designed in such a way. Just as love scenes in movies are the norm, and with few exceptions don't make headlines, so too will games find a comfortable medium. One of the most critically acclaimed games at the time was God of War, a bloody, fast-paced action title based on Roman mythology. Early in the game, the male violent hero rises out of bed, leaving behind two topless women with which he presumably spent the night. While most players may have walked out of the bedroom and started the next game level, you actually have the option to come back to bed. The women will let out an innocent giggle as the bald-headed warrior climbs in between the sheets. The camera slowly pans to a Roman vase sitting precariously on the edge of a nearby nightstand. The game shows you a series of buttons to press. Each successful hit will let out a breathless female gasp, followed by a gruff hero grunt. The minigame ends when the vase, shaken by the bed knocking, breaks on the floor. A 2007 sequel had a similar sequence in a medieval bathhouse. Both received a mature rating, the equivalent of a movie R. The PlayStation 2 games were released by Sony, a company that, about 35 years earlier, lost a VCR war to VHS because Betamax lacked porn. Microsoft also took risks with its mature-rated Xbox 360 title Mass Effect, a game that was banned in Singapore before it was even released. The country would later lift the ban, perhaps because of pressure from the multimedia giant. Built like a dynamic sci-fi novel, Mass Effect allowed you to create the space military character from scratch, visit different solar systems, and explore hundreds of possible storylines and outcomes. Each decision you make sends you on a different path. The developers released early video footage of the game to the press. I see the sadness behind your eyes, a female alien with well-braided cornrows and sensitive eyes says to you. It tells a story that makes me want to weep, pain and loss. But it drives you, makes you stronger. You never hide your strength either. It serves you well, terrifies your foes. Few will dare to stand against you. This may be who you are, but it is not who you will become. Only form the basis of your future greatness. Remember these words when doubt descends, Commander. Your character, a tough blonde with close cropped hair, stutters over her words. The alien touches her face. Close your eyes and relax, Commander. The game closes in on their faces. The commander is standing in front of the alien while she makes an expression of subtle ecstasy. The scene ends with a close-up of the alien's blue arm, thrown against the bedpost in a fit of passion and intentionally brought down, as if gone limp. Mass Effect was released on November 20th, 2007. Aside from the Singapore ban, the game did not bring any major protests or political speeches, nor were there any hidden sex games or secret naked scenes revealed later. There were no million-dollar recalls nor any lawsuits from concerned parents. 3 weeks after the launch, however, Microsoft did make an official announcement. Mass Effect had already sold more than 1 million copies. The end.